Oh, where were you there?
Come on, man.
Where were you there,
Come
man?
on.
What happened?
Help me out.
It's a Friday morning. You made it. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Okay, so we're kind of flying blind here.
Yeah, a little bit.
To start there. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't want to get out of sorts here. You know, we're a show of regiment. It is currently 64 degrees right now. The heat is back on. 83 degrees today. We're looking at some storms in the early afternoon, maybe a little bit of rumble of thunder.
Okay.
Cloudy for the rest of the day, but after that thunder's over, it should be a pretty, decent Friday evening.
All right.
Right? Just, dry off the chair, sit on the deck. Hold on. We got to check here. Yeah, we got headphones. Look at that. Somebody must have been in the studio that we don't know last night.
Messing.
And Kim, which makes Kimmy very angry.
Well, there's some
her.
settings that happened. I don't. Too many buttons over here.
Kimmy goes full angry Kimmy mode. Was there somebody in the studio last night? There's a Dairy Queen cup in a garbage can.
Good detective work.
So, all right. Jazzfest wraps up this weekend, if that's something you want to go do. It was a major night at Jazzfest last night.
Oh, really?
Well, Los Lonely Boys was doing a free show at Parcel 5.
Okay.
And we were talking off the air. We think that Los Lonely Boys now owns a home in Rochester.
They must. Because that band was around like 20 years ago when it hit.
They had one big hit like 20, 25 years ago. And ever since then, they come to Rochester every 9 hours, whether it's Lilac Festival, Party in the Park, or Jazzfest.
Yeah.
But people love them because, so I went down last night, not for Los Lonely Boys, but I got there at like 7, and you could not find a parking spot.
Wow.
It was bananas.
Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, it's economy. Nobody's got any money.
Well, it's a free show, so actually.
And the gas is too high.
I was surprised, despite the fact that there was not a parking spot. Parking was only like $10 a spot.
Oh, okay.
But I have Bills game. PTSD, where it's $40, $50 a spot. But I went down to go see, I told you the other day, an artist I've been waiting to see my entire life, or the last 5 years. I was fortunate enough last night to go see Thundercat. Not the part I thought it was going to be. It's usually jumpier. Everyone,
you laugh at my music?
Okay,
man?
hold on. It's coming.
You want to mock my goddamn music?
It's the bridge. I'm sorry. It's bridging.
What's this, the Beach Boys?
By the way, how dare you, first of all?
Little surfer.
You literally said
girl.
Pet Sounds was the greatest album you've ever heard in your life the other day. Here it
There
goes.
is it.
There it is. Oh. I mean, I love how you're pretending
I
like
like
you
it.
don't
I
like
like
it. No, like you're such
I
a
like
dick.
70s,
He's
but
your
you
daughter
mock
right
my
now.
music. This is the same
No,
thing
this is
that
not what you listen to.
Yes,
This is way better. No, you're like, back again. You're ruining Thundercat.
He's doing that. All right.
Okay, so Thundercat last night, and we talked about him earlier this week.
Slow funk.
Okay, it is kind of slow funk,
Yeah.
but it's good slow funk.
All right.
So I had the greatest night of my life last night. So he's playing at the Eastman. It's like one of the ticketed shows, right? And like watching
slow funk and no AC.
Watching
sweating in my fabric seat. Feel that heat. Ooh, little surfer.
Oh wait, when he came out with Brian, when he came out with the corpse of Brian Wilson, Al Jardine was there.
Al Jardine, every guy in that building looked like Al Jardine in a Tommy Bahama shirt.
We are so
and
far.
A ball cap.
We're so far past the weeds. We're in townhomes on Long Pond right now. All right, so for those who are unaware, which is almost everybody, Thundercat he plays with everybody. Kendrick Lamar, the rapper.
He's a bassist.
Mac Miller, yes, but he's the greatest bassist maybe to ever exist.
Wow.
And this has been said about him and written about him. He plays a 6-string bass. He plays bass chords, which is like unheard of. It's insane. And as much as I love Thundercat, I had never seen Thundercat live. And what I saw last night was the most mind-blowing musical experience of my life.
Okay. I had a good time.
No. It wasn't just a good time. Like, the music was great. I have never seen, and I say this with complete sincerity, I have never in my life seen a more talented musician live than I did last night. Yes. Wow. It was stunning.
Stunning.
And I came to a realization.
What's that?
All right. There are 3 kinds of concerts you will go to.
All right.
So there's obviously the concerts that you want to see, like artists that you love, right? For whatever reason, you love their music. You're excited to hear songs that mean something to you. They're just good, according to you, artists. Then come the legends.
Okay.
Maybe you're not a diehard fan, right? But that person is a
piece of history.
Yeah, like you went to go see Paul McCartney. Kid.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
I didn't even care what he sounded like. It was just the fact that I was in the same arena as this man,
Yes.
right?
Right, and I get it. Right, you're witnessing a living piece of
I mean,
history.
he's a knight, you know.
Yeah, Sir Paul.
Mm.
And then last night, because this was really my first experience with this, they're seeing a master of their craft.
Right.
They do things with their instrument that you don't think are humanly possible, and you are watching with your mouth open because you cannot believe what you are seeing.
Jaw dropping.
No, I mean, like, Tommy, I'm not exactly.
Right.
It was a borderline religious experience for me last night.
Wow.
Like, I am just.
So your kids must have hated
They
it.
are. So my
Hated it.
youngest loved it. My oldest hated it because like he has like 2 or 3 songs that kids between like, I don't know, 15 and 25 might recognize, right? But he would do the beginning of the song, and then when it would hit the bridge, he would go full like jazz fusion bass, and it was like, oh my god.
Yeah. So your daughter's 14?
14.
Oh god.
Bro, the pout
What
face.
torture this had to be.
The pout face was on.
Pout face.
hard.
She's listening to old man fart music.
Old man fart.
That's all I can. If I'm 14 and I'm watching this bass fusion guy bore the crap out of me.
How are you?
Like it'd be like my old man taking me to some music or something he loves but nobody else likes.
I mean, everything to her is old man fart music.
Right.
Anything you listen to is
It's
old
fart.
man fart music.
By the way, old man
It's pure fart.
Old man fart was playing the Gibb Street stage while Thundercat was on. We didn't even get to hear old man fart.
Oh god.
No, I'm telling you, man. Like I'm still riding like this adrenaline
Wow,
high
look at that.
from, and
So you got your money's worth.
well, yeah, absolutely. But it was one of those things where it's like, also those artists that I've listened to this guy Thundercat for like 5-10 years.
Yeah.
But I never had the opportunity to see him live, so I didn't even. It was like a surprise too.
Okay.
Like I knew he was talented. I didn't know. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Good.
He's such a dick. By the way, Kimmy, the board, apparently, folks are writing us. Nobody heard it.
For what?
So
Oh, sorry.
No, it's not you. I'm just telling you the music that you were making fun of.
Oh,
They just heard us making
Making
fun of
fun.
music they could not hear. So, but I think what might have been the funniest part of this show last night.
Yeah.
Because I had actually, that's the first time ever I had been to a paid Jazzfest show.
Oh wow.
I'd never been to a Jazzfest show.
Like an indoor set.
Yeah. I was going to the free shows, baby.
Yeah.
I want to see Los Lonely Boys 7 times. So I was unaware that like the first 10 rows of the theater are for like the people that buy passes for the whole week.
So those are like VIP people.
And then I guess there's like a ticket you can buy that gives you access to every show.
So yeah, there's the pass, like that lanyard pass you can walk around.
Okay, so the first 10 rows are reserved for like those types of people.
Those are the real fun people.
They're like diehard jazz fans,
Yes.
right?
They're me. It's a bunch of me's.
It is a bunch of yous. So the balcony and the back of the theater were all diehard Thundercat fans.
Okay.
The front of the theater were all 60 to 80-year-old yous that were they did not understand what they were about to see.
Be quiet.
And watching, the best part of the show was watching Thundercat. The close second best part of the show was watching the faces of the people that showed up with the passes because they
go to everything.
God, Tommy, I was howling with laughter watching these people, like because they were making like the beginning would be like they like trying to like figure out a way to get into it, but like a lot of his timing is weird too, so they couldn't figure it out. So then it was like a realization that this is what it's going to be the whole time. Then it was like faces of like looking at their partner, husband or wife, like, hey, we're here, and then like the face of like, oh.
And you got an hour and a half of that?
I paid $10 to park. I'm staying for the show. Oh, what was the fart artist we just said?
I'm sorry?
The fart artist we just said, I forgot his name.
The fart.
Old man farts. What was it, Kimmy? What was it? Did we forget the joke we just made 10 minutes ago?
Old man fart music?
There we go. Doesn't matter.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Show's off to a great start this morning. We can't play music. Kimmy doesn't know how to work the headphones. We got people writing us, telling us how to do our show. Thundercat has left town. All is lost.
Oh, God.
Trying to figure it out.
There isn't an artist that you guys saw with their instrument where when you were done, you were like, oh, my God.
Oh, with Jazzfest? Yeah.
No, I'm talking in general, period.
Yeah. I mean, there were a bunch of them, but they're like, deep jazz guys.
New deep jazz guys, man.
You just did
No,
the
I'm sorry,
same
no, I'm sorry.
set, man.
No, I'm sorry.
You just went off on this guy's bass and you asked me a question.
No, I'm sorry.
And I go, oh, yeah, I could give you obscure guys.
I didn't ask you a question. question.
nobody cares
I
about.
had asked you a question. Like, well, I mean, just give me one example.
Dave Brubeck.
Dave Brubeck, man. I saw Dave Brubeck. Dave Brubeck. Take back, man. Pretty cool. Oh, God.
And I got to see him right before he died.
Oh, God. I killed Dave Brubeck. I'm trying to relax. Showed up and Dave Brubeck died. By the way, that's how I know you're not even into jazz. Because people that don't know jazz, the only name they know is Dave Brubeck. Hey, Dave Brubeck, take that. Check it out. Like, Kimmy, is there a musician you have seen?
Yeah.
Well, she's
Which has
seen like
surprised
icons,
me.
man.
I never knew John Mayer was so amazing at the guitar. Because, like, growing up with his music, it was pretty simple.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, like, when I saw him live in concert and he just goes off on these tangents where he shreds the guitar, I was like, holy crap. I didn't know. I had no idea.
Well, because you didn't go buy a ticket to see John Mayer. You saw him with Dead
No,
and
I
Company.
did. I saw
Oh.
John Mayer. Like, I went and saw John Mayer once randomly in Pittsburgh. And he was amazing.
You know he's done stand-up?
John Mayer?
Yes.
No kidding.
He's gone up and done legit stand-up at like clubs in, I think, Los Angeles. I think you can find him doing stand-up.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he good?
I did not know that.
I don't remember, but I do remember him doing stand-up, like at a club.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I hate him.
But he's one of those guys,
No, I
you know?
hate him. No, I hate him.
Why?
Stay to your lane, you dick.
Stay in
I
your
don't get
lane.
up
You
and
can't be good at everything.
No, I don't get up and shred. Like, let's not pretend. Well, you know, I can just stand up. Okay, John Mayer. Okay, what are you, Dave Brubeck? Dave It's pretty cool. The other funny thing, too.
Yeah.
Because I used to take my girls to a lot of, like, free shows when they were kids.
Yeah.
Or, like, you know, like local shows. And we always had a good time. And my plan was to continue taking them to, like, bigger and bigger concerts. But then concert tickets got out of effing control. So that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
So this was, like, my girls' first, like, conscious concert ticket experience.
Like an adult indoor sit down.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that my girls thought this was going to be like song played, thank you, song played, thank you, you know, like a standard concert would go. And that's not how it went.
I'm sure.
So, like, they were ready to leave, like, in the first 20
Oh, I
minutes.
bet. Does he interact with the audience much?
So I'm going to, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way.
So the
Yes.
answer is no?
No, he does. But I am under the assumption that Thundercat does nothing but psychedelics all day long.
Oh, okay. So it's a little strung out.
No, I wouldn't say strung out. Just the stream of consciousness is strange.
Because when you go to those jazz shows, either they don't talk or they don't shut up. There's no middle ground with these dudes.
No, he's right.
Because I want to tell you the history of this song that I'm about to play, y'all.
I just played this song written by Dave Brubeck. Killed Dave Brubeck. I'm telling you that. No, because like I'm on concert week, man.
What are you doing now?
Well, I'm going to see James Taylor on Sunday night. It's
Man, what are you on the fart tour?
Wait, you think I should go to Fart Court?
You'll end up in fart court. So you're going to see James. So you're going to see the same people you
you're on a
just
run.
saw.
Possibly, yeah. But no, like my wife and I never get to go to concerts, and it just kind of worked out
Yeah.
that both of these were
Yeah.
the same weekend. But like, here's what I'm worried about.
What, falling asleep?
Shut up. You are dressed like James Taylor. You look like you came in fourth place in a James Taylor lookalike contest. I've been waiting to see James Taylor my whole life.
Yeah.
I told you
Well,
guys.
you've never seen him?
Well, no. I
Oh.
told you I would always be, he comes to town a
Yeah.
lot, and every time I was going to go to the show, something always happens. And
Yeah.
I was afraid that like the universe was trying to keep me from James Taylor, and when I got tickets, he was going to die before he came.
Well, he is getting up there.
Okay, so we got 3 days. Hold on, Jimmy.
He's got to be in his 80s, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, like, I had such an unbelievable time at Thundercat. Even though I cannot wait to see James Taylor, I'm worried that I'm going to be let down. Like, I wish the shows would have been in reverse order.
Oh, by the way, you're not taking the girls to that.
No, just me and my wife.
Oh, my God.
That's a sexy James Taylor night.
God.
I'm a steamroller, baby. But steamroll all over.
I can't imagine being a 14-year-old seeing that.
What? James Taylor is iconic. He
It's
spans
not to
generations.
her.
Once James Taylor sings a song, it's
I mean,
forever his.
James Taylor is their grandpa's music.
James Taylor.
No, their
yeah.
great-grandfather.
No, it's my dad.
Yeah.
My dad loved James Taylor.
No, but James Taylor could have served in Korea.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
But you know what he was doing when he was over in Korea?
What are you doing?
Listen to Dave Brubeck, man.
But like, yeah, like I can't think of any point in my life where I would have been like going to a concert where my grandparents would have enjoyed it.
Well, but that's Paul McCartney.
No, my grandparents are way older
Okay.
than Paul
Yeah, you got to go
McCartney.
back to the
Yeah,
50s.
all right. Fine.
So you'd have to think of like a big entertainer tonight,
Yeah.
like Frankie Valli.
No, hold on.
Right. I mean, to relate to her
Okay.
experience.
You wouldn't go see Frankie Valli? Well, now.
But she wouldn't care as a kid.
Right, as a kid, I'm saying.
Kill me, baby. Stay back. All right. We got a Dynamite. Go enjoy whatever it is.
Yeah,
you're enjoying,
enjoy all the old farts.
kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, creepy time.
Yep, Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also just after 7. Look, having a tattoo is not unique anymore.
No.
I realize that sounded harsh.
No, but like everybody's got them now.
Yes, I did not mean to make it sound like that. But when you get a tattoo, there is a window of life where the tattoo is expected.
Yes.
An age time.
Yeah.
And someone we know very, very well has decided they are getting a tattoo.
Yeah.
Way outside of that window. Like
Yeah.
alarmingly outside
So
of
he's
that.
out on shore leave in Singapore.
I don't.
If it's the person I'm thinking of, they're in a weird window because that window opens back up again later, would you say?
You have that take.
If you
Okay.
make it. No, I'm saying like,
Dear God.
No, I'm not wishing it on anybody.
Yeah,
but,
now,
like,
yeah, way to go, Dave Brubeck, murderer.
but you're getting into like fart territory.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
Did you see what happened at the zoo this week?
Yeah, there. I got questions.
Okay.
Are we not good at zooing?
Okay, this had nothing to do.
No, but
This had nothing to do with the
I've
zoo.
never heard. Oh, somebody tipped it over.
No, not somebody.
I know, but like I thought they could do this on their own.
Well,
what do they do in Africa?
So you obviously
Little help over here.
You obviously did not
He did
read the
not. He
story
did not.
because I would think someone your age would be empathizing.
Well, I know it got bullied. They said they claim it got bullied and knocked over.
Yes, that is a thing. We will,
Okay, but like you're a wild animal, man.
Maybe these things, when they get to this age, die when that happens.
How old is it?
I'm gonna see. This is what happens when you just read the headline, you dick.
Well, I don't know how long elephants go.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right after this.
Was that elephant at the Thundercat show?
Yeah, I was looking around. We'll get to the story next here in the break room on CMF. Look, Tommy, I'm with you. I didn't know this was a thing.
Yeah.
But if you read the actual story, it all starts to make sense.
Okay.
A heroic effort by zoo employees this week to make sure that one of its oldest residents was going to be safe and sound.
I got to get up out of this chair.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45 this morning, there is a professional sports team here in Rochester, been around since the mid-'90s, that may not be around much longer.
Who's that?
Now, it's not a team that we talk about a whole bunch, and their heyday was probably 15 years ago. But there are some dedicated fans that are flipping the F out after some news this week.
Well, start going to the games.
We'll get to
Call your friends.
Oh, my God. He's in a mood already.
I know.
He's already in a
But
mood.
I like these people. I don't go
that's
anymore.
not an
Why is he going
argument.
away?
How do you know? Because you don't go. How do you know if nobody's going?
Nobody's going.
There's
I think
actually
they draw pretty well.
There is a reason why, and it may not have anything to do with it.
Oh, they're making too much money?
Oh, my God. We'll get to it.
The bank is full of our money.
We'll get to
We
it.
have to leave.
Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. A scary scene at the Seneca Park Zoo earlier this week.
Yeah.
The zoo has an elephant. Her name is Jenny C. Get it?
I got it.
Get it? She is a 47-year-old African elephant. She is a longtime resident of the zoo. Jenny C. has lived at the zoo here in Rochester since 1979.
Damn.
God damn.
Lou Graham wrote a song about her.
How's it go?
Dirty Gray Elephant. She's a dirty gray elephant. Dirty gray elephant. They then changed it in post. Okay. So on Wednesday, while at a feeding trough, Jenny C. was knocked over by another elephant at the zoo.
But I kind of get it, man. Come on, old lady, move.
Oh, by the way, I'd be careful if I were you. Don't go near the breakfast pizza. Because it seems she is so old, Jenny C. could not get back up.
So she fell over.
Yeah, she fell over and
over.
could not get up. And unfortunately, the Seneca Park Zoo does not invest in elephant life alert.
Yeah.
Help, I've fallen, and I'm an elephant.
I can't get up. What do they do when they? How does she get up after she sleeps?
Well, I think she tipped over to the side where maybe like
or
when
bad side.
Well, when they lay down, they might like bend forward. You know what I mean? Like not tip over to the
like
side.
lay on their belly.
Yeah.
All right, so
I could be wrong, but that's what I assume.
No, I mean, look, that's
how
a
do
good
you get
theory.
her up?
That's a good theory. So that's just it. That's what the zoo had to try and figure out because they obviously can't get like two people to like lift her up.
No.
Kimmy, can you Google what the average female African elephant weighs?
That let herself go. They all do.
Well, bro, I mean, she's 47 now. Who's she trying to impress? They had to put a plan into action.
Yep.
And that plan included a crane.
Man, how embarrassing.
For the elephant?
I know for who.
Well, you think that? Don't look at me.
Stop.
I used to be beautiful.
By the way, they weigh between 6,000 to 8,000 pounds.
Holy crap!
God damn.
So that's 3 to 4 tons that this elephant weighs.
Yeah, beef.
Couldn't get it.
Or elephant meat. Beefy elephant.
Thank you. They formulated the plan. They got a crane. They lifted her back up on her feet. And they say because of the bond that she shares with her employees, Jenny C., being here since 1979, was calm and cool the whole time. She trusted they were doing the right thing. She's back up on her feet.
Okay.
She is undergoing follow-up care. And as far as we know, she's going to be okay.
So how much longer does she go anyway?
Can we Google how long? So she is one of the oldest elephants in conservation care, period.
Wait, in
like the world.
the zoo one.
Oh, it says conservation care, so I assume that also means like.
Because I'm thinking, I don't want to sound terrible here, but why wouldn't you just, if she's that old, she can't get up anymore, why wouldn't you put her down?
Well, because Miss Hopkins' class was there. What are you going to do?
Okay.
Don't put down an elephant.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm saying just for the sake of the poor animal, if it can't get up anymore, I mean, you got to get a crane to move it. Why wouldn't you just put it out of its misery?
Well, because it's not like this. It doesn't sound like this is a thing that
wasn't
happens
a health
often.
issue.
But she's down because she's old.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, bro, I've heard you and watched you try and get out of a chair.
You want to put me down constantly.
I'm trying
Matter
to
of fact,
put
you
you
guys
down.
put me down all day long in the show.
Oh, no, my butt, my old ass elephant butt. Oh, no.
So if you fell over, we would just say, well, leave him there to die.
And you would if nobody was looking.
No, but that's the argument we're making here. Like,
She just walked out of the room going, oh, yeah, I didn't hear him.
your body doesn't work anywhere. No, your argument wasn't leave her there. Your argument was to put her down, which, by the way, you're a monster. First
I'm
of all.
not saying,
Falling
I
over
don't
now.
mean it.
Time to go.
I don't
I
mean in a
think it's
cruel way,
cruel.
kill the elephant.
I think it's cruel. The poor animal can't.
Yeah, but she's not suffering.
She was when she was on
Well,
the
yeah,
ground.
but now she's back on her feet.
If
She's
you
doing
need a
good.
crane to get up to finish lunch, I think you're suffering.
So you're arguing.
There are people who use walkers.
No, put him down, Kimmy.
Yeah.
He's arguing that everyone
Canes.
that has a life alert bracelet should be dead.
They would balance the budget.
Wow. Wow.
Well, you're all screaming about Medicare.
Okay, so female African elephants in the wild live 60 to 70 years.
Okay.
I don't know about captivity. It
Well, I
seems
think
like
they
it
go
could,
longer.
it says it
sometimes
could
they
be
go shorter.
shorter. Yeah.
Ow. They're getting better care than not getting hyenas biting their coochies.
Some elephants are into that. No, you know what it is.
Hyenas gnawing on their coochies.
You know what? In captivity, you're not getting your steps in.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
You ever see
Get your lappers.
see the size of the Apple Watch on a 47-year-old African female elephant? Would you guys have wanted to be there to see the elephant fall over?
No, I'd
No.
feel terrible for the damn
I would
thing.
not want to see it struggle. I love
I would think it
elephants.
died.
But it's one of those things where it obviously doesn't happen a lot because
Yeah.
they had to come up with a plan to
Hey,
fix
what about
it.
this other prick elephant that's like knocking things over?
That's a good
What
question.
about him?
Do you have to
separate them?
Do you have to separate? Well, how do you separate elephants?
Because
though?
he'll do it again.
I'll do it again. See, it may
Yeah.
have been an accident.
Yeah.
There ain't no accident, man. It pushed it out of the way to get to the food.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
so-
an accident.
So
I've seen it's like when your family used to eat.
So when Ryan goes down, we just put him down. Is that what we do, my brother? Sorry, Ryan.
It's funny you picked Ryan.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were all thinking the same guy. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Jenny C., a 47-year-old female African elephant who has lived at the Seneca Park Zoo since 1979, was knocked over on Wednesday at a feeding trough. She apparently was too old to get back up. So they had to come up with a plan. They brought in a crane. They lifted her back up. She is undergoing care right now, but it sounds like, knock on wood, she's going to be okay. And I think the most remarkable thing about this, elephants, very, very, very smart animals.
That's what they say.
So they've caught them mourning their dead. Have you seen this?
Mm-hmm.
No.
If an elephant dies in their, what do you call a group of elephants? A herd?
Good enough.
They will take moments to, mourn the death of their
How do
friend.
they know they're mourning?
Because they know it died.
They're just looking at it.
Okay.
Hey, Chuck's not moving. What are you doing? I'm doing mourning, man. Shut up.
Maybe they overheard the conversation that you just had with the elephant.
I'm going to blow a little tribute to him on my nose.
Yeah, they play taps.
For a guy that claims to love animals
do.
so much, you should be dropping these facts on us, not the other way around.
But they don't really know they're mourning.
I don't know. I thought aren't they really smart animals?
They're like the
Who
They
smartest.
knows?
paint and stuff.
Yeah.
They don't really know.
Okay. You are being such a
I mean,
dick
most of this
today.
stuff, they're just guessing.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy
Yeah.
about the
Go
elephants.
ahead.
now.
Talk to Kimmy.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet.
Kimmy.
What?
You're not Kimmy. I mean, it's possible this was an accident.
Yeah.
But if it was not an accident, if this
What's he
was
saying?
a plan, what do you mean, what's he saying?
Yeah, they all say, "Oh, I didn't mean it." Whoa! I just bumped her.
Well, your dad is the elephant
Oh,
now?
yeah.
Whoa.
He was a human elephant.
You blow one chunk, you blow them all.
Yeah.
Kimmy, how do you keep 2 3-ton
Yeah,
elephants
because
away?
to your point, I think they're really social animals, so I don't know if separating that elephant would be good for it. Might cause it to, I don't know, can they be depressed?
Do you think elephants have cliques, like in the zoo?
Well, they run around together as a herd.
No, I understand, but in the wild, you can just
Well, I know sometimes
go to another clique if you
sure,
want to,
true.
right?
when
Get
zoos,
bumped up to a new lunch.
But how many elephants they got?
I don't
I mean, if they only have 2,
I think they have a few.
Yeah, they got a handful of elephants.
But
that's
I-
impossible.
I
Big
think
hand.
when zoos get a new animal, like an adult animal, they have to slowly introduce them sometimes to the other animals that have been there, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. So I don't know if that applies to elephants too, but I know sometimes they'll talk about how we're hoping that they fit in with the group of animals that's already here, and yeah, if it doesn't work, I don't think that they really keep them.
All right, so let's say hypothetically you're going to bring in a new elephant,
Yeah.
right, to the herd, right? And do you think the elephants know they have to fit in?
Is there social circles that?
No, if you start a new job, there
Yeah.
are certain things you'll do, right, to try and impress other people. What do elephants do? Because again, they're very smart. Maybe they're aware, I have to fit in with this group of people. How do I get them to like me?
Well, what skill would they bring out?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what an elephant's life is like. I mean,
it
there are.
looks pretty slow, and you just eat leaves all day.
You're describing yourself again.
You had to impress them
Yeah, but
with
I
your
don't know, or
elephantness.
maybe they do certain things.
I would figure do the females get along better with each other, or is it male female? Do the males get along better together? I mean, how do they all interact?
Is it like lions where there's only one male and a bunch of females?
I don't know.
Thanks. I love how you're running your mouth. You know nothing about elephants.
Wait, that doesn't make no sense.
What?
There's one lion.
Well, no,
and
there's
there's female.
There's like the main line.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's other male lions, but they don't get along.
Bitch ass
But
lion.
then there's like the cubs.
I thought it was like one lion, and then like as that lion got older, a new younger lion came in and tried to
That's
take that lion.
Basing
Disney's
that on the
version
Lion
of
King.
lions. There's more than one dude hanging out.
I have
King of
watched
who's the king of the jungle, actually?
Tiger. No, lion. I don't know.
no,
But they
what are you
don't
talking
live in
about?
jungles.
The
Who lives
Lion King?
No, what's king of the jungle? That's
Yeah,
a
what is
tiger,
it? Is that-
real lion.
No, Lion's king of the jungle. Right?
Which is weird because elephants look pretty big. You would think that
Yeah.
guy's the king
Yeah,
of the
that's
jungle.
true.
Do elephants live in jungles?
No, I don't, that's what I was just saying. Actually, do lions live?
They live in
jungles?
Africa and in India.
Yeah, but it's not. Oh, not all of them are jungles.
But it's like
Yeah.
sweaty.
Well, it's plain.
They live in very sweaty areas.
There's a difference between a desert and a jungle. You
right,
dumbass.
but no, I think they live in both. Yeah, no, man.
Yeah, no, man.
I watched Tarzan. There was elephants.
Okay, you just laughed at me because I had a theory that you based on a Disney movie. You go, I watched Tarzan.
Tarzan was Tarzan was a dude, man. Johnny Weissmuller was a guy.
Tarzan was a dude. Breaking news.
By the way, from New York.
We're nailing it today.
Johnny Weissmuller, Dave Brubeck,
Thundercat,
By the way,
whole fart tour, James Taylor.
dirty white elephant, gray
all
elephant.
the African elephants at the Seneca Park Zoo are female.
Oh, they don't
There's
have a
three.
dude.
Yeah.
Is it because they're afraid they're going to get pregnant?
Maybe, I don't know. Or do the females get along better in packs
It's a good
or
question.
herds?
I don't know. Okay. Could you
Not
imagine?
usually. They start out liking each other, then they'll just start crapping over each other.
The weirdest part
What?
is when they got to shut down the zoo every Tuesday night at 9 so they can watch Below Deck. All right, let's take a break. Look.
We've solved nothing.
Well, yeah, I don't think anyone
Elephant's
expected
fine
us.
though, so that's good news.
Yes, and I don't think
Yeah.
anyone expected us to solve the elephant issue.
No,
Kimmy.
no. But we learned some
If anything,
stuff.
we just confuse people more.
Oh, we didn't learn anything. We just ran our
Elephant
mouths.
is the king of the jungle.
Nope, shut up. All right.
That also lives in India.
All right. I know you're in a special mood today.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to you.
Oh.
I don't know your life. But I am asking that you please listen to the details of the story
Yeah.
before you go off like a car alarm like you've been doing all morning.
No, I'll check things out here.
Because this sports team has existed in Rochester for about 30 years, and it may not be that much longer depending on what happens over the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
And there are fans that are losing their minds right now
I bet.
because this team has a lot of history.
Hmm?
And
So it had a heyday.
it did. And
If it's
Kimmy,
the team I'm thinking of.
Kimmy, you can argue that a rise of one high school sport here in Rochester is solely because of this.
Oh.
Solely
yeah,
because
I mean,
of this team.
I know my brother was really into it as a kid.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rochester, New York has a long history of professional sports success. We also have a long history of losing sports teams that were at one time beloved. And that's the situation we might be looking at here. But the moment that team leaves, whatever team it is, that's not when you feel it. You feel it down the road when you realize maybe what could have been.
Yeah, the emptiness.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Well, I think we're getting a little creepy.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. Also, just after 7 o'clock. You know, tattoos are not unique anymore.
No. Everybody's got them.
Yeah, and like nobody's going, oh, no, not in this house. I got to get a tattoo. But there's an age where people get tattoos.
Yeah. There's a window.
Yeah, and once you get past that age, you figure that person's never getting ink.
Yeah.
Someone we know is proving that wrong. This feels wrong.
Yeah.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So we don't normally talk lacrosse here on the show, but there is a potential situation brewing.
Okay.
The Rochester Nighthawks are up for sale.
Oh.
The team, which was most recently owned by the Pagula family, is going to go to the highest bidder. And for those who don't know, the Pagulas at one point not only owned the Nighthawks, but also the Buffalo Bandits lacrosse team who play in the same league. The Nighthawks came along with their purchase of the Rochester Americans.
Oh, okay.
And I think they wanted to try and keep lacrosse here in Rochester as long as they could, so that's why they did it. But owning two teams in the same league an hour away from each other isn't really a great idea.
Okay.
So the Pagulas company put out a statement saying they are putting them up for sale. They want the Nighthawks to stay in Rochester, but that's about where it ended.
Okay.
And in theory, anyone who buys this team, as long as the league approves it, which I don't know why they wouldn't, could put the team wherever they wanted to. So there are now serious questions, depending on who buys the Nighthawks, if this team, which has existed in Rochester since 1995, will play another game in this town ever again.
So do they still play at the arena?
Yes.
I don't even know.
You drive by it every day. There's
I don't know where they play.
There's a big billboard, video billboard, that plays their highlights advertising their home games.
I never look at that damn thing.
Okay. Kimmy.
Yeah.
It would be weird not to have them here.
Yeah. No, I know. Because I always thought, especially because maybe, what was it, like 10, 15 years ago, they were like on a run of winning championships and stuff. I mean, like they were.
It might have been longer than that. I think.
No, it was about 15.
Okay, all right.
Because they were winning up until that original team was moved.
Yeah, so the version of the Nighthawks we have here is actually the second version of
Because
the
I
Nighthawks.
thought they did leave.
They never left. They just sent the franchise to another city.
And then they kind of like rebranded.
It's complicated.
All right.
Yeah.
But, Kimmy, it may also be weird for us to lose the Nighthawks because we were coming of age when indoor lacrosse was like the cool new thing.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it's run its course, too.
Well, I mean, not in every town. Buffalo, for example, they just won a championship. They sell out the Key Bank Center for these lacrosse games.
So it's always been like that, but then here it's been hit or miss.
It's just weird.
I think they have a pretty loyal. I mean, I guess I haven't been in a little while, but every time I went, it was always like a pretty packed house.
And when we were kids, they were selling those.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're not selling it, but the house was always full.
It had a big run.
All right, so Rochester is a proud sports city. The Red Wings and the Amherst are always the first team that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Teams that come to mind. But we have a laundry list of teams that we had and then lost. And I guess my question is this: 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Which former team do you miss the most?
Oh.
Because if we go down a quick list, right? Soccer, we had the Lancers in the 70s. We had the Rhinos in their heyday. The women had the Western New York Flash. That was supposed to be a big thing.
It should have been.
In basketball, we had the Zeniths of the 70s. We had the Rochester Royals of the 50s. If you're still alive to remember that, you may need a crane to pick you up if you get knocked over at the feeding trough. Razor Sharks in the 2000s.
Right.
Football, we had the Rochester Raiders.
Yeah.
And we had the.
But that was indoor, right?
It's only been indoor football in Rochester. The Rochester Brigade also played in the Arena Football minor leagues.
Oh.
You remember the Brigade?
No.
You don't remember the Brigade?
Wait, they had a minor league for a minor league sport?
AFL, remember the Arena Football League?
Right.
Bon Jovi had a team. They had a lower league called AF2, which had the Rochester Brigade in it. They played at the Blue Cross Arena.
So the Rochester Raiders, I remember they played in the Armory.
Yeah, this was different.
So that was a completely different league.
That was the Great Lakes Indoor Football League or something.
Man, how the hell do you remember that?
I like sports. We won't for me. We also, by the way, for those who don't know, we also had one of the earliest NFL teams ever, the Rochester Jeffersons.
Wait, from the NFL?
You didn't know that?
No, I did not.
We had an NFL
Was this like the birth of the NFL?
Yeah, it was early on.
Like everything was on horseback?
The Rochester Jeffersons were an NFL team.
Where's that picture?
There's a couple of them. I have a Rochester Jeffersons jersey.
It's got to look ridiculous.
It's awesome. It looks like a hockey jersey. It's a sweater. It says
Yeah, I was
Jeffs.
about to say, because they don't even look like they're playing football.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
Well,
God.
they didn't look like football teams back then. They wore like
it's early.
stockings and
Early
like
on.
buckled shoes.
So it's like when you walk into work every day.
Yes. Yeah, I could have been their manager.
Kimmy, of those franchises we were just talking about, if you could pick one that would have stayed around forever, which one would it have been?
Oh, the Royals by far.
Okay,
I think
NBA.
and that's only because I never got to experience it. I mean, it just seemed like such a cool concept to me to have like a professional basketball team in Western New York. Period.
I mean, to your point. Oh, I forgot about Rattlers outdoor lacrosse too. My apologies.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve. To your point, like whenever Syracuse or whenever they do those like college games where like Bonas comes and plays somebody, or they used to do those preseason games with the Cavs.
Yeah.
Right. Like it is electric in the Blue Cross Arena.
Yeah.
So to have our own team, and we probably would have had a better arena. We would have had to build a new arena.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So you're right. But outside of the Royals, because that's a far
sure.
bridge.
I mean, that would have been a reach. You're
Give me
talking
an-
about like lower level
minor
teams.
league sports teams.
Yeah.
Of the ones that we lost, which one do you wish we would have held on to?
Ooh.
Ooh.
I mean, I do think this town could really support lacrosse of a lot of places in the country. So maybe one of the lacrosse teams.
Okay, because that professional lacrosse team, the league that the Rattlers play in, they get national television appearances now.
Great. The Nighthawks.
No.
No,
the
the
Rochester
outdoor
Rattlers,
team.
the outdoor
Oh.
team
Yeah.
that played at the soccer stadium.
Oh,
for a
okay.
while. Like they were, Rochester was on national television a couple of times when the Rattlers at the end were here.
Damn.
They played the games on ESPN.
I mean, as much as I loved the Rhinos games as a kid, I only remember it from like a kid's point of view. Like I just remember liking hanging out at the games. I don't really remember so much how the soccer was.
But like you bring up the Rhinos, like those
Yeah.
games were an event.
Right. I mean, it was a party.
And like minor league soccer players were name athletes in
In this town, yeah, they were.
Right?
But then again, it just like
Yeah.
evaporated.
But it's so strange because it was so successful, Tommy.
Yeah.
There was a legitimate chance that that Rochester, New York was going to get a major league
Yeah.
soccer franchise.
There was talk of it.
So was it the new stadium that buried them?
Well, that's when it went away. And don't forget, you had the women here with Abby
Yeah.
at her heyday, and
Yeah.
it didn't work.
Oh, you're even forgetting. It's right after they came off their
Yeah.
World Cup
So
championship.
I'm saying she was
yeah.
a name. She came back here. She was the greatest soccer player of all time,
Yeah.
and it still didn't work.
It is very strange, and maybe it was a little ahead of its time because you look at what the WNBA is doing now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're
Yeah, you're right.
everywhere.
That's what you should get.
A WNBA team.
Yeah.
I think we're too small. They're all
Really?
playing in major
Yeah.
cities, man.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, if you talk about the Western New York Flash, that female soccer team that
Yeah.
was here like 10, 15 years ago, they're coming off the World Cup win. Not only do you have Abby Wambach, the greatest
Yeah, all time.
of our time from here, was it Alex Morgan, who was another amazing player?
She played here. The U.S. team played
Okay.
here, and she came for that. I don't think she. If I remember correctly, I think she was just here for like those kind of games.
Gotcha.
Like I don't know if she was actually on the team.
But every game that you would see, there would be multiple Olympians from
Yeah.
all over the world. Name players, the best female soccer players on the planet in Rochester
Yeah.
playing, and it doesn't make sense that it didn't
It
work.
tanked.
I don't
mean, do
get
you
it.
think it was the venue that killed soccer here?
Well, that venue did not.
I
help.
mean, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you lost all the Rhinos fans, which again was huge here at one point, and I just don't think it was a place people wanted to
they got
go
a bad
to.
rap right out of the gate.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be. Because, like, if you look at even the stuff outside of
Yeah.
just the actual game, because I know there are going to be people, nobody wants to watch women's sports. I'm not going to argue with you. Women's soccer, girls soccer in Rochester.
it's always been huge.
Huge.
Yeah.
So just the youth teams coming should have
Yeah.
been able to support that.
But they didn't. They didn't go.
252 WCMF, as we talk about the Rochester Nighthawks lacrosse team up for sale. There's no guarantee they're going to play another game here in Rochester ever, which is weird because when Kimmy and I were growing up, like it was the hot new thing, the place to be, right? You had lots of great lacrosse players from Rochester that ended up spending time playing for them, which was
Yeah.
also cool. All right, how about this?
What's that?
Because Kimmy said you would have wanted to keep the Royals, the NBA team in Rochester.
NBA.
Tommy, if you could have an NBA or an NFL team, because the Jeffersons were also here, which one would you have wanted?
Well, you take football probably.
We wouldn't have the Bills if the Jeffersons stayed.
Right. I mean, you got the Bills already, though.
All right. So
Well, no, but the Bills would have never shown up.
You don't think?
oh, so
No,
we,
you're not gonna have-
so we had an NFL
If-
franchise,
you're
not
saying
Buffalo.
if it. I got.
I
you.
mean,
well,
if-
you would take the NFL.
So you would rather have our own NFL team in Rochester?
well, it's the most popular sport in this country. Why would you take that? That's the one you hope works.
Well, because-
you would draw from Buffalo and Syracuse.
Here's why, though. We would have our NFL team, but we would have no professional basketball. We'd be in the same situation we are now. If we kept the Royals, you have the Bills an hour away. You have the Royals here in town.
I'm taking the NFL.
Okay.
Take the gold ship, man.
Take the gold chip. You still wouldn't have gone to any
You
games.
would get high-speed rail. You would get all that stuff you wanted because you would want those fans coming in to see those games.
We get high-speed rail? They have a team in Buffalo. No high-speed rail.
No, you would because you would want it from Syracuse end because you would draw from Syracuse.
At one
So
point.
you'd put it in.
Okay.
Hell, you might draw from Albany.
Hell.
You'd have Thundercat out there doing the national anthem.
He's not even that good. To the point about the, I'm sorry, Kimmy. To the point about the Rochester Jeffersons, Dan writes us on Facebook. This is all a fantasy talk.
Oh, no kidding, man.
The NFL or the NBA would never stay here. Hold on, though. Hold on.
That would be my fear too with a higher level league sport here. Like there would always be the fear of losing it. I feel like we would be a market where there would always be talks of us losing that team.
You may be very well right. You're right. That being said, the greater Rochester area is 3 times larger than Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I did not.
Well, Green Bay's a really small town.
It's tiny, tiny,
It's
tiny.
like Greece.
So, like, just walk down this fantasy with me, right? Like, we have the Rochester Jeffersons early on in the NFL, like the Packers exist.
Yeah.
If the investment would have been there, if you build this culture around this team, if you had
You make it iconic.
Yes, but even like an iconic player,
like our
iconic
identity
coaches.
would have been the Jeff.
Yes,
Jeffs.
it would have. The Jeffs. I mean, we wouldn't have the Bills, but to say that it would have been impossible with Green Bay existing the way that it does, that's not totally true. Dan. I mean, Green Bay exists. It could have happened. I'm not saying it's likely, but it could have.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, too, because now
What's that?
we're getting people crapping all over the Nighthawks because you started running your mouth.
Well, I didn't say nothing about that.
Well, maybe you should start being going to games. It is important to remember that nothing with any minor league team is ever guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
Lest we not forget.
Lest we not.
The Rochester Red Wings have existed here since 1899. They almost left town in the 50s when the Cardinals, who were their parent company, put them up for sale.
Oh.
And if it weren't for Maurice Silver putting up a ton of money and selling stock to fans, they would be another team on this list that left.
Yeah.
We may not even have AAA minor league baseball if it wasn't for the Silver family. We may not have any minor league sports because the Wings would have left before the Emmerich showed up, and maybe they don't see Rochester as a viable minor league sports city, right? I mean, like, to sit here and go, why don't you go to the games? The Red Wings are some of the most popular game. Like, it's the most popular thing to do on a weekend here.
Oh, yeah, in the summertime.
Yeah, and you're sitting here going, oh, well, there's reasons why this team's leave. Dave Brubeck, take 5. Like, if the Wings don't stay, if Maurice Silver doesn't sell stock,
he pulls out.
we could be Binghamton.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
You want to be Binghamton?
No.
No, you don't want to be Binghamton.
No.
No. We'll finish on this.
What's that?
Ian writes us on Instagram,
Ian.
Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Man, I would be so sad if the Nighthawks went to another city. I remember going to their games as a kid, having the time of my life. Watching all those guys as a kid is a huge reason I went on to play ball. Joe Walters, Dan Dawson, Cody Jamieson, those were my idols.
Sounds like he doesn't go to the games, though. Sounds like he went as a kid and doesn't go now.
He's doing it again.
No, because he would have said that.
Now he's pointing at me.
Well, I also think then they did a really good job of giving kids access to those players, and maybe they still do
they
now
were just
'cause I don't have
regular
any kids that
guys,
play
man.
lacrosse. But like I remember my brother coming home with like autographs and stuff, and the jerseys and
That was a big deal as a kid.
Sure.
But like, think about this. Like, there's a couple of towns that have always traditionally had really good lacrosse programs for like, half a century. Irondequoit is the one that stands out, right? But I think you can argue the explosion of lacrosse across the greater Rochester area.
I thought it was because of Syracuse.
I'm telling no, because Syracuse is
Because
always,
Syracuse had a really good lacrosse program.
but they've had a great lacrosse program since the 40s.
But I thought that's where this influence came from. Because even Jim Brown played lacrosse. He was he was like the best lacrosse player in the history of that time.
Yes, they do say he was a better lacrosse player than football player, but Jim Brown played lacrosse in the 50s.
Yeah, but I thought like it was always been here.
I think it's more the Native American influence.
Oh, that too.
In this area. That's why it's so big in Canada also. But I'm saying, like, the Nighthawks blowing up here in Rochester made kids in West Side towns specifically, because there was no lacrosse when I was growing up on the West Side.
But you didn't understand the game. It looked too foreign to you.
I mean, it is remarkable to think how fast it's come, lacrosse specifically. Like, city schools now have lacrosse teams.
Yeah.
And they have good lacrosse teams.
Yeah.
It's mind-blowing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mind-blowing. All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Creepy town.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. Look, tell you. City schools have it. Oh, I don't want to say it.
I don't know what goes on in the city.
Red man over here. Red man over here. I don't know what goes on in the city.
I don't know.
You work in the city every day.
According to you, I leave at 10 o'clock, go back to Pittsburgh.
You do
cut
it.
your money.
And you just
mow your
proved it.
lawn.
City schools.
Trim your hedges.
Good for them. That's great. That's awesome.
Check your mail.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all
Look for
week
your
long.
Social Security check.
We'll see if he talks over himself during the Creep Cap coming up here in a second. And, getting a tattoo is no big deal anymore.
Well, everybody's got it, man. It's nothing cool. It's not. You know what it is? It's not cool.
Okay.
Like tattoos had a history. There was like a story behind it, but now, no.
Well, is it? Are you saying tattoos in general or just?
He's pissing a lot of people off.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
know.
I'm telling you,
Like you're saying tattoos aren't cool anymore. Period.
Yes.
I just want to be clear.
They're not special. They're not unique
my
because
God.
everybody's got them.
Tommy,
Direct all
Like when
hate
your
mail
mom-
to Tommy
Yep.
Muley,
When your
please.
mom has that flower on her calf, it ain't cool.
Moms have had tattoos for decades.
Right,
now.
and moms ruined it.
Okay.
Okay.
As soon as they released the moms, it killed the ink industry.
All of these opinions are held by one man and one man only. Do not write me.
And you know I know a lot of inkers.
Bro,
son.
you hung out with guy. You're worse than a guy.
I hung out with the biggest guy in town.
Wow. Wait, let me see.
Tattooed Janet Jackson's backup singer.
Let me see. Let me see your tattoo.
I ain't got
Oh, you were scared. You were scared to get a tattoo. I'm a butt. Bitch ass bitch. What I'm getting at here in this tease
Right.
that we've been doing for 7 minutes. There is a time in life where you expect people to get a tattoo.
Yeah, yeah.
This man that we know who
Yeah.
has decided to jump into the tattoo game is far past that point.
But you shouldn't do this to him.
What?
What you're about to do.
No,
What he's about to do? What did you just do? For
It's
the
not
last
my
5
brother,
minutes?
man. We'll get to it next year in the break room. Let's see him. These were once taboo,
Yeah.
reserved for sailors and vagabonds.
There was a story.
Yeah. But now everyone has them.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't even give them a second look. Still, there is a time in your life where you start something like this.
Yeah.
And you think once you pass that time, you're never going to get one.
Mm-hmm.
But someone very close to this show has made a decision. Some would say a late decision.
Yeah.
To get his ass inked up. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's
You're
Creep
welcome.
Cap. Shut up, and it happens now on CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this Creep Cap on the break room on WCMF.
Do
I
it.
saw the guy's nutsack. I saw his nutsack before I saw his daughter's vagina.
I would not say any of those things out loud.
We were kids, and it was South Florida.
How deep is Ben's hole?
Ben's hole.
How
Ben's
deep
hole.
is Ben's hole? Really pretty deep. Parody.
Swallow some death pube.
Let's talk. One of my favorite metal bands. Oh, death pube, thank you.
Damn, backdoor Santa. Comes around late at night.
Hello. How does
Oh, backdoor Santa.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
Backdoor Santa time,
No,
baby.
it's not. It's
Comes
dude.
around late at night and all the kiddies asleep.
So do you eat any messy foods with your hands?
There's one thing I
Don't
do,
attack because
oh,
you're the
there's
one.
Oh,
Don't.
oh, I love it. It's sloppy, but it's delicious.
What's that?
A chili. I like chili. I like a good bowl of chili.
You eat chili with your hands?
Well, scooping it up, Gets all over me.
Stop talking, Kimmy. Stop.
Or PetSmart. Sloppy. And like my first wife, she, fully haired down it.
Fully haired.
My first girlfriend, same thing, got completely, muffed out.
I've never had that experience in my life.
You're so lucky. I'm telling you, it's like licking piano wire.
She's 65.
Yeah, she's my age.
Yeah.
And she's tight.
Okay. Please stop.
Why?
By the way, this is the,
Why can't I be horny for a woman of my age who was a superstar?
why would you want to cut my penis? So many questions.
Just for laughs.
Okay.
Just to see what happens.
I would have half a penis, I think.
No, I would chop the whole thing off. I'd take it right down to the wick.
What the hell is
Speaking
going
of
on?
nightmares.
Now go to bed.
We come back. We wrap it
Picture
up.
me like Chucky at the end of your bed.
We-
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. Creep Cap.
Yeah.
CMF. So my brother Ryan, you just heard his voice in the beginning of the Creep Cap. He spends Fridays with us during the Bills season. He has made a very surprising decision.
Yeah.
At the age of 37, he is getting his first tattoo.
Ooh.
And
And he
has-
already knows what he wants and where he wants it.
Yeah.
So
it's
he's thought about it.
It's a
Okay.
tattoo for his two daughters.
Okay.
It's going to be on his arm where
nice.
everybody gets like their first tattoo unless you're a woman where you get it on your foot. So this is very weird to me.
to be doing it this late in life.
Okay, so that's one of it, and we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Like just off the bat, he's not the tattoo type. Like I love the kid, but he's a big old soft boy,
Yeah.
right? Like he's never pretended to be tough or intimidating. He's charming. He's good at it. But
Yeah.
the kid's charming, man. He is soft and white.
And squeezable.
Very squeezable. He's never in his life before mentioned getting a tattoo. You
Yeah.
think that would come up at some point.
Yeah.
We shared
Or
a
it's
room.
something you've been wanting for years, and now's the time.
But to what you just said, Tommy,
Yeah.
the most surprising thing about this to me, he is way too old to get his first tattoo.
Yeah.
I would have thought at 37, the tattoo ship has set sail.
You start regretting the tattoo you got at 21.
That's true.
Great point. And I
But,
get
but
that
maybe he's feeling like he finally has something that he's passionate enough about that he wants it permanently on his skin.
On his body.
okay.
You know, like I have these two beautiful children that I care so much about. Like I want to do something to honor them.
Okay. You just be their dad.
That would be enough.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, dang, it's pretty hard. And I get to folks listening before you freak out.
Yeah.
That there are plenty of people who still get tattoos in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But people who do that normally start getting tattoos in their late teens and early 20s.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're just adding on what you
Right.
started.
This is his virgin pop yo cherry on the ink.
Yeah, you got it. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How old is too old to get your first tattoo? Thomas?
I'm going to say you're too old. If you're 28, you ain't inked, don't.
I thought to say 27 was my number.
Yeah.
27?
27. But even that feels a bit late,
I'm saying that's the high line.
right? Kimmy, what's your number?
See, for me, there's like a window where it doesn't make sense. So like to your point, like I'm thinking like if you don't have a tattoo by like your early 30s, maybe you've never been interested, probably never going to get one. But I think that kind of changes again like later in life.
Okay.
When you feel like it's almost now like a bucket list thing. Like I've never had one. I've always been interested. There's some things that I want to like in my life that I want to remember or honor. So like maybe like that's why in like your late 50s or 60s, 70s even, like you're all of a sudden like ready for a tattoo.
Okay, if we're going to make an exception, I guess there's one exception for older folks, the memorial tattoo.
To who?
Anyone that like passes.
Yeah, but you're old.
No,
Who are you memorializing?
Someone that would pass. The older you get, the more likely it is you're going to lose someone you love.
Yeah, we're also going to lose you pretty quick, so what's the point?
Okay, for God's
That's
sakes.
the dumbest age to do that is my age.
No,
Because I'm going to die soon.
I didn't say dust. I said older.
I'm going to die.
Yeah, no, I can't wait.
I'm going to do a tribute to somebody, and then I'm going to croak.
No, you have no...
What a waste. Putting ink on an old fart is such a waste of money. It is,
you
man.
are pissing off
I'm sorry,
so many
man.
people. So many people
Your
right now.
pre-croaked ass is going to invest in your dead-ass skin that's going in the crematorium or in the ground.
Everybody is pre-croak. We're all dying every day.
I am extreme pre-croak.
Okay.
Yeah, like
to the extreme.
So my dad has been talking about this for years, and I think it's like he's just he's gotten to the point where I feel like I've experienced so much in life. This is something I've never done, something I've always been kind of interested in. So even he's been asking questions about getting tattoos.
How old's your dad?
He is 65.
So what does he want to get? Any ideas?
Oh, now all of a sudden he's your dad wants one. No, that's pretty cool.
Because if it's Mountain Dew,
no,
his drink of choice.
He's changed his mind a bunch of times. Like when he first started talking about it, we had to talk him out of it because he wanted to do like the armband thing, that thing that was really
tribal.
big in like the 90s. Mm-hmm. And we're like, that's a little dated. Let's do some research here before you actually commit. He hasn't talked about it in a while, though.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Folks are waiting on hold. I don't know. The other weird thing before we get to the calls here with my brother Ryan at 37, going to get he's by the way, it's done. He's planned. Yeah. He's got his appointment. He's ready to go.
All right.
Right? So it's going to happen in like.
I mean, you let him do it.
Well, no, I'm not going to stop him.
No,
I'm going to make fun of him.
Oh, you're going to rag on him.
Already started. The other strange thing you shared with me, because I told him like straight to his face, like, bro, you're too old. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, is this a midlife crisis? Like, what's
it
going
is
on?
definitely that.
He said that this tattoo, he goes, no, this is just the first in a plan I have.
Plan?
He wants a sleeve. Soft boy Ryan wants a sleeve.
Man, that sleeve is such
Takes a lot longer than you
look.
think to get there.
I like the sleeve look.
Yeah, if you're a batter for St. Louis.
If you're a batter for St. Louis, bro, you
like if you're not an athlete, who at that age and that arm, and I've seen his arm.
Sleeves.
That's a lot of ink.
What are you batter for St. Louis over there? A lot of bottles over there. Bottle factory?
Yeah, you can't. You're not an athlete, man.
He wants the sleeve. He's gonna go get the sleeve. I guess he's gonna go get the sleeve.
Little by little.
By the way, it would be the only sleeve he has without gravy stains on it.
He's going to look diabetic.
Well, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, let's talk to Sandy. Hey, Sandy, how are you?
Hi, how you doing? I'm a 71-year-old woman, and I got my first tattoo at 69.
Nice.
I don't even want to know where, man. Tell me it ain't near the...
It's on my back, just below my neck. I can wear almost anything and you can't see it. It's covered.
Then why'd you get it on your neck and the back? For your boyfriend?
What did you get?
Well, I got a picture of a man kissing the back of my neck.
That's funny. Come on, that's not. Is that not funny?
That's not what you got.
70-year-old woman.
I was 69.
Okay,
and
why?
I was not drunk.
Why did you do it at 69 after all these years of not having one?
Okay, so I'm widowed 6 years ago. I thought I had found the new love of my life.
Okay.
And the first date we had, he came up behind me and kissed me on the back of my neck.
Aw.
To surprise me. And he said, I don't know
like
if you're going to like it or
movie
you're going to
Ghost.
hate it. I said, no, I love it. So it became our thing.
You still with him?
I got the tattoo. No, he turned out to be a jerk.
So you got ink and he's a douche. Right, that's two mistakes you made.
but now I want another tattoo.
What I
though.
say? Like on my ears? I know what I'm doing.
Sandy, thank you for the
Go for
call. I really appreciate
God
it.
bless you, honey.
All right, there goes. So she said, "Go for it." She said, "Go for it."
All right, go for it.
We got Instagram messages coming in. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Karen writes, my dad didn't get his first two until his early 70s. I felt kind of bad for the artist, honestly. Well, they had to use clips to, like, hold his skin out. 252 WCMF, you have officially shaken the tree. I'm getting nothing but vitriol on
What?
Facebook right now. People flipping the F out, calling
Old
you
ink.
idiot. This comes in from Luann.
What?
I'll just say, when it comes to, like, late tattoo. Luann sounds like a woman that would get a late tattoo.
Luann?
Luann writes, shut up, Tommy. I started getting tattoos in my 50s. I'm in my early 60s now. It's addicting. I love it. You should do it. It makes you feel good about your body at an age where you start to feel really bad about your body. That's a good point.
Okay, if you feel bad about your body,
Yes.
why put things on it that draw more attention to a body you don't like?
Well, can't you also argue you're covering up the sins that you don't love?
Or yeah, it's
On a 50-year-old
you're
woman?
putting something that you enjoy on.
All right.
your
You've turned
body.
yourself into a canvas.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, Ryan's a huge canvas. It'd be like, you need Banksy. 252 WCMF. My brother Ryan, at 37 years old, is getting his first tattoo. We're talking, how old is too old for the first tattoo? Jeff is on CMF. Hey, Jeff, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Jeff. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, I'm 65. Just turned 65 in March, and my daughters. I only have 2 daughters, right? I don't have a son. I talked to them in the past about, hey, when you have a kid, get our last name into their name, middle name or something like that. So on Father's Day, they didn't tell me where we were going. We ended up at a tattoo parlor, and they had me write my last name in cursive, like my signature,
Okay.
and they each got that tattooed onto their arm
Oh.
so that the name would carry on. And then I had never had a tattoo, so I got it too.
You got your own name
So that was
tattooed
kind
on?
of
Okay. All right.
So you did this on a whim right then and there.
Yeah, I had like 7 minutes to decide if I was getting one too.
Man, bro.
So anyhow, it's pretty cool because we'll always be able to make sure if we're too drunk that we can remember what our name is. You can look down at your arm.
All right.
That's not romantic. That's
Well, you
not a
had
nice
so much
story.
to say to Sandy. What about Jeff here?
It sounds like a fine man who
Did
knows
you
what he's
run
doing.
out of steam? What happened?
Well, I don't know if there's a bad story behind this. I don't want to say anything.
Oh,
literally-
now you're worried about that.
I mean, I don't know if the guy's widowed or something. I don't know.
She literally, Sandy said. Or
Well, she brought it up. I don't know.
All right, so Jeff, you don't regret it? You're glad you did it?
Yeah, I did. It's really not. It's not huge, but it was something really cool. I lost my wife, their mom, about 8 years
See,
ago.
I knew it. I knew it. I
now
knew it.
you're sensitive about it. Now
Well,
you're
because he
sensitive.
didn't bring it up. I mean, I didn't want to hurt the guy.
Well, you know what? It's all good, man. I
All
don't know.
right.
I might get another one, but it's
Don't
65.
get another one, man.
Why not? If you got one, you
Don't
enjoyed
listen
it.
to Kimmy.
Do it, Jeff.
Says
Do
man
it.
who listens to Kimmy about all his outfits when she's like, ooh, that looks cool.
Well, one of my daughters is getting married in a couple of weeks, and I was messing with her and said, "Yeah, I'm going to show up at your wedding with a sleeve." Now that you got me started,
Jeff,
But they know I'm not doing that.
Jeff, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
What?
Couldn't have done it without the end there. Where'd you go?
What? Well, I didn't know. I didn't want to say nothing.
Shut up. You're such a pansy.
I know.
You're such a bitch. Let me tell you what I think about stuff. Oh, yes, sir. It sounds like a great idea, sir. Leanne writes us on Instagram,
Wait,
Duffy on
what's she saying?
WCMF. She says, where'd it go? I'm sorry. Someone was asking, where's Skylar to stand up for tattoos? The
Oh, yeah,
our resident tattoo
yeah.
artist. He's right here.
Ah, there you go.
He's on CMF. Hey, Skylar, what's up, buddy?
Morning, boys. I've given people their first tattoo. The oldest was probably 87 years old.
87?
Damn.
Did he pay up front?
Yeah. and when she left, she said, "Thank you. It's something I just wanted to check off my bucket list." And I said, "You'll be back." So no, I'm not coming.
Never
back.
heard back
And
from her.
she came back 3 times, and she's a regular now.
Okay, can I ask a serious question?
Wait, she's still around?
Yeah, she's gotten one every year on her birthday, and then she decided since she turned 90. She comes every 6 months now instead.
Okay, Skylar, serious question,
I
because you being an artist, is it harder to tattoo old skin?
Be.
It's not that it's harder. It's different. You just have to be more. You have to turn
Brittle.
the machine down a little bit, go a little less deep. It's not harder. if
I
you know
would
what
be
you're doing.
afraid.
What?
She'd croak in the chair.
No, she's not gonna. How
But you don't think a 90-year-old could croak in a chair? That's how most 90-year-olds croak.
In a chair?
Jeez. Then you should come and get one.
You suck so hard. All right, so Skylar, as a professional, what is your opinion? The age cutoff for your first
Oh,
tattoo?
he wants his money.
There's not one. There shouldn't be one. Why? Why would there be one? My father always said you can only be too young to get a tattoo. You can't be too old.
Ooh.
Interesting take.
Put that on a T-shirt and sell it in Skylar's tattoo shop.
I did Ben's first tattoo, and we've done another one since then, and we've become friends through
And his
tattooing.
social scene is on fire.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, Skylar. Ben is actually on hold
Oh,
also.
my God.
How about a combo
Hold
Ben
on.
Skylar
Hold on.
situation? Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good. Skylar, you want to say hi to Ben? Ben, Skylar?
What's up, my brother?
Not much. Headed into work, but yeah, I was calling because I waited until I was 40 to get my first tattoo, and I plan on having Skylar doing one for me and my kids.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
Now, Skylar, you had never met Ben before you put ink on him, right?
No, never. And it's because of you guys that Ben and I have met. And I would love to do your brother's tattoo. My shop is called Sky High Ink, and 30 years strong, brother. I would love to take your brother's virginity. That's what it's called when you get your first tattoo.
So
Put him in that chair. Make a man out of him.
Turn the light on too. He turns on a light that signifies to the whole town of Perry that someone is getting their first tattoo. And honestly, it was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, I had to take a couple breaks because the pain did get to me, but Skylar did an awesome job.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. Well, okay. I'm glad we have. By the way, Ben, I heard a little rumor. There's something going on this weekend, buddy.
What's happening?
Tomorrow, I know Skylar's going, but I was trying to get a bunch of the kiosk crew to go to a baseball game for my birthday.
Is that happening?
Yeah.
I'll be there.
All right. So Skylar's gonna be there. Ben, if you want to meet break room celebrities, Skylar and Ben, they're gonna be at the Red Wings game tomorrow night.
There's some that's real entertainment there, Tommy. Good job.
The show you just called?
It's highly real entertainment, Tommy. Highly real.
The funniest part of the show is how dumb you are.
Yeah, take that.
Zing.
That and more tomorrow night at the Red Wings game with Skylar and Ben.
Ain't that on the neck?
Oh, yeah.
Ben, happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Happy birthday, brother. See you tomorrow.
All right, there goes Ben
Wow.
and Skylar.
Official sound of the break room.
It really is the official side of the break room. All right, everybody on hold. We got to move on. I appreciate the call.
Chest hurts.
Good. I hope you're dying. There are lots of people that don't know that this is a possibility.
Is that a problem?
Well, okay. Let me take that back.
What are we running out of now?
It's not that we're running out of anything. This is a crime. It's a actually serious crime,
Okay.
and someone is now in serious trouble because they were doing this. Yet you see this in almost every neighborhood. There are neighborhoods in every town in the greater Rochester area where you see this.
Oh.
And either people don't know this is a crime,
Yeah.
or they have decided, it's probably fine.
A light crime.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. This may have been a rude awakening.
Oh.
Because in some places where the cops aren't always around, folks kind of make up their own laws.
Yeah.
And they believe them.
Mm-hmm.
They just decide things because they think that's how it should be. And what this man was arrested for in May, what this man was arrested for may be an eye-opener to people across the greater Rochester area, because it turns out you can get in serious trouble for being under the influence in this.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into the story. Comes to us from Canandaigua. Around 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
All right.
Police say they spotted a man driving without headlights or taillights on North Main Street.
So nothing turned on.
Nothing is turned on.
All right.
But here's the thing, Tommy. He was not driving a car.
What?
He was driving a golf cart.
Oh.
Authorities pulled him over, which, sidebar, must be the funniest damn thing in the world to see ever. Lights and sirens with the golf cart sitting there.
God.
Do you sit in the golf cart and wait like you're in a car?
You might as well.
License and registration, please. They gave him a field sobriety test, and sure enough, police say he was drunk.
Yeah.
He was arrested, and he has a court date coming up. And if the allegations are true, there are a lot, Tommy, in this story that went wrong. Because first off, state law says you're not allowed to drive a golf cart on public roads unless it is registered. And I understand that you can do that now.
They make street legal ones.
Yes,
yeah.
but you can't just take a golf cart on the road. That is very illegal. Second, the laws involving drinking and driving apply the same to a golf cart as they would a regular-ass car.
Yeah.
We actually talked about this earlier this week when we were discussing the man who was arrested after he face-planted, according to police, while drunk on a homemade gasoline-powered scooter. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
The same DWIs applying to golf carts as they would a car, you wouldn't know that if you walk around any suburb in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah.
Because Kemi touched on this a couple days ago.
It's been an explosion.
When the hell did everyone in neighborhoods in the suburbs get golf carts?
It's insane. And they don't even have anywhere to go.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, I always thought this was...
it was a rich guy thing.
Well, no, I always thought it was more common growing up in Greece just because so many people they became very good friends with their neighbors. They lived near their family members who were also in the same neighborhood. So I kind of thought it was just like a go-between homes.
This was not a thing until
you only saw it in
few.
old folk communities, like the villages. What is it, the village in Florida?
Yeah,
where it's
villages,
like they have 50,000 registered golf carts in that community.
I think there are multiple in my parents' neighborhood.
But that makes sense. I mean, they're of that age.
It's
where
the retirement people.
Yeah, but it's not just the retirement people anymore.
No, it's not.
Because now every town in the greater Rochester area has multiple neighborhoods where you will see people tooling around in their golf carts on the street next to regular cars.
It looks scary as crap to me.
I agree with you there, too.
Man, I would not want to have my ass that exposed next to a freaking moving car.
I mean, I guess
I've also seen them full of kids. Like the kids drive, like the preteen kids driving his buddies around.
It's got to be a ball for a kid.
During the day, it's kids driving them.
Yeah.
At night, it's people that have had too much to drink.
Yeah,
that
you've had wine.
Yeah, they don't want to drive home, so they take the golf cart. And it feels like, and if I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that the biggest reason most people get these golf carts in the suburbs is to have a way home from the neighbors after they've been drinking.
So my brother has one in this community he lives in, and it's in the mountains. And this thing struggles to move around because it's not built for mountains.
Hills.
It ain't a mountain cart.
No. And it's got ground effects and mag wheels.
Mag wheels.
Has mag wheels, little ones, and it's got ground effects. You can't look like a bigger wine douche rolling to a party with the undercarriage lit up.
But past the douchiness of that golf cart, and that does sound pretty douchey.
Yeah.
It seems the reason people have gotten these golf carts to drive around after they've had too much to drink in their neighborhood is because they have just decided it's not against
I'm
the
not going
law.
to hurt anybody.
Well, I'm not doing anything
Yeah,
wrong.
what am I going to do?
They have made a decision, and they have justified in their heads that as far as they are concerned, this is totally legal, which is strange because it may be the most illegal thing you can do on a road. And, what is even more mind-blowing, these things ain't cheap,
No.
right?
No.
You can buy them, like you said, all tricked out now. Not only the ground effects, they got stereos in them. They got seats hanging off the side, hanging off the back.
You got to get the vanity plate on the back.
Yep.
No money.
No one ever says a damn thing about it, though. We see these stories in the city all the time. And don't get me wrong, it is an issue, right?
Yeah.
With the ATVs and the dirt bikes and everything. This is dangerous. This is
Yeah,
terrifying.
yeah.
We have never seen anyone call the cops or the cops arrest someone simply for driving a golf cart down the road, which is illegal. It's the same thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Am I wrong? I mean,
No.
like with the explosion of the golf carts lately, is this just keeping up with the Joneses culture?
Gotta be, one gets it, the other one gets it, or you buy a used one or something.
And maybe the golf carts aren't on as many like main roads as they are like those side
Yeah,
streets.
it's usually
going to and
neighborhood.
from.
Yeah,
So-
and that's
So
yeah.
it's you're
But
probably
you
gonna
can-
get less people calling about it.
Right, and you're not going to get the cops busting you as frequently as you're rolling down Main Street in Canandaigua.
Or ever. Yes, you're
Yeah.
right. And I mean, by the way, this guy's drunk too. Who knows if he's not drunk at 4 a.m. if the cops just tell him, get home and what the hell are you
Yeah.
doing here, right? 252 WCMF. Again, story out in Canandaigua. A man was arrested 4 o'clock in the morning after police pulled him over in a golf cart, no lights, no tail lights.
But he really missed a turn. Jesus.
You guys got a hot dog? You gotta get a hot dog? They say he was also drunk. He was arrested, charged with a DWI. And like we said, everything about this is illegal. You said you buy these golf carts with nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
Even more strange, it's not like the people that have these have compounds that necessitate a golf cart.
That's the thing. You're not rich. I know you think you're rich, but you ain't rich. 'Cause it has to have an area we have money.
It does feel like they're buying these things just to show off.
Yeah, I'll take the cart.
Right? So you would argue that the neighborhood golf cart, no, tricked out or not, is a douchey item.
King douche.
Oh, king douche.
douche.
All right, bigger douche. Sailboat in the driveway, golf cart.
Oh, sail in the driveway.
Sailboat in the driveway. Well, okay, what? It's not being used.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, I understand.
Sailboat owner, golf cart, bigger douche.
I gotta give it to the golf cart.
Really?
Yeah, because like the sailboat, you can go sailing,
I like sailing, guys.
and I do.
Guys, I'm dressed to go sailing.
But you're not gonna go golfing. You're just gonna ride around your neighborhood,
Yeah.
which is in walking distance of everything you want to do.
Yeah. I also, and that's the other thing. Like, you can walk home drunk just fine.
Yeah, I've done it many a night.
Why would you not just do that?
All right, here's the douchiest look you can have.
Okay.
Husband and wife. This is my brother and his wife. Husband and wife going to a party. Got all the party snacks in the back. She's also holding the dog.
Oh.
So she's got the miniature dog. They got a miniature
Snacks,
poodle,
dog. Yeah.
and they're going to a party.
Oh.
That's king douche.
Okay.
That's kind of what you expect for somebody going to a
Yes.
party on a golf cart. I mean,
All right.
it all fits.
But let me ask you this
Go ahead.
question. As we all agree in the room that the golf cart is douchey, I'll start with Kimmy.
Mm-hmm.
If you were offered a free golf cart for your neighborhood, would you take it?
Probably.
Tommy, if you were offered a free golf cart, would you take it?
Oh hell yeah.
So that makes you giant douche.
yes, I
Why
know
not?
that though. But I also have multiple golf cart outfits.
Yes, you do.
I have golf cart loafers. Some of my shoes actually look like golfing shoes.
Those look like golfing shoes.
Yes.
You look like Lee Trevino right now.
And I would love to be the Mary Max.
Yeah, because where you live too, it's like you're just kind of far away enough where it would be a long walk, like if you wanted to go to
Oh,
like
yeah.
restaurants and stuff. But the golf cart, though, be
Street
there in
legal.
like 2 minutes.
Now you're talking about how excited you are about getting
Yeah.
a golf cart
He's
with
even
five.
got places to go.
Seriously, well, he's got nowhere to go. Where's he going?
Run right up to the creamery.
Too far. I don't want to waste the electricity. You know what it costs?
I'm surprised.
25 cents an hour to charge this thing.
I'm surprised there aren't more golf cart parking spots in your town.
Well, you don't want to encourage people
Yeah,
in
you don't.
Pittsford to use golf carts because
Yeah.
everyone would go out and get one.
Yeah,
And it's
true.
already hard to navigate people walking in Pittsford because I don't know
In
if
the
you-
village, yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been to Pittsburgh. People just start walking.
Mm-hmm. Right in the middle of the street.
I got a flag. You can't hit me. I got a flag. Don't look- So, with the prominence of golf carts in suburban neighborhoods,
Yeah.
and the story we have here in Canandaigua of this man getting arrested for a DWI on a golf cart at 4
Mm-hmm.
o'clock in the morning, maybe the state needs to put something out to let people know what they can get DWIs on. Because we talked earlier this week about getting a guy who got a DWI on a scooter.
Yep.
I have a friend whose buddy got a DWI on a motorized cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Happened at a Bills game.
Yeah.
Have you seen these motorized coolers?
Yeah, I have seen them at NASCAR events.
Okay. So for those who haven't seen these, it's a cooler. It's got wheels on each corner.
Yeah.
It's got a stick that comes out of the front, and you steer with it.
You sit on the lid.
You got it. And he was driving it around the parking lot of the Bills game, and a cop gave him a DWI. He got a cooler DWI.
Yeah.
But if anything that has a motor on it, if you've been drinking, you're in trouble. We found out the other day horses.
Yep.
And we're not sure if that's you being drunk or the horse being drunk.
Yeah, don't get your horse drunk.
Yeah. Well, Toby
beer
Keith
for
said
your
I could.
horses.
Okay. And even bicycles, if they want to be sticklers, you can get a DWI on those.
Oh, I thought that was a definite.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because you're on the road,
No,
man.
Yeah.
I understand.
I think anything that moves in the road, if you on it and drunk, you're in trouble.
No, I get it. I'm not encouraging anything.
Yeah.
But you don't see a lot of bicycle DWIs, and you can't tell me half the people on
Is it-
bikes aren't drunk.
Well,
be.
is that because it's if you're too drunk, it's hard to even get that thing going?
well, you're already
point.
laying on the
You know?
ground.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
What I am dying to know, however,
Mm.
with the story that started this conversation, where the hell this guy was going.
I'm guessing at 4 a.m. I'm hoping home.
Okay, so it happened on a Friday night,
4 a.m.
4 a.m. golf cart, but he's on Main Street. In
Yeah,
Camden.
but is he heading up Main Street or down towards the lake?
I don't
That's
know.
a big difference.
Are you asking if he's going down on Main Street?
Yeah, I'm hoping he was going home
But where are you?
because everything's closed.
But where are you coming from at 4 o'clock in the morning? Like, bro, that's a late night,
Oh, yeah.
late drinking night, 4 o'clock.
I
In the
mean,
morning.
you could have been like parking lot drinking. You could have been out drinking and messing,
No, but here's the thing. We also
coming
talked.
from your gal's house.
We also talked about how, people with golf carts want to project the idea of, well, so you wouldn't be parking lot drinking. Like, I'm guessing you're.
Well,
Coming,
he didn't get the wealth message. He's got one of them country carts.
He's got one.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all right. Look, Kimmy, can you give me Google what the get in the door price on a golf cart would be?
Brand new.
Yeah, like brand new. I don't want all the tricked out everything. I just want a golf cart.
Cub Cadet.
It's got to be a couple $1,000s.
Oh, I was thinking 6G.
Oh, but for just a normal one?
A nice
Well, no.
4-seater.
Basic
Old-
2-seater starts around $5,000.
Okay.
$5,000.
Yeah.
God damn.
That's what I mean.
So you see those ones that have like you can get the whole damn. It has like 2 rows, 3 rows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy.
the SUV of
Yeah.
golf carts. Yeah.
It's like a limo.
Yeah, so I mean,
It's like what you drive the Pagulas around in.
so to have a disposable $5,000.
Yeah, you got banked.
Yeah.
But you could get used ones, bro. There's got to be a ton of used.
Okay, but even used, you're still going to spend what, $2,500, $3,000, right? No,
maybe.
I don't know. All right, 4th of July is officially 1 week away.
Oh,
So if you are doing the cookout thing,
Yeah.
you got to start thinking about what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Planning.
Yeah, well, we got good news.
but
It's way more affordable than you believe.
oh,
to
the
have,
price is down.
the cookout, no, actually, they're up. But
Yeah.
it's way more affordable if you want to listen to the annual American Farm Bureau, what it costs to
Oh, here we go.
grow this
It's
every
the-
year.
It's the saddest meal.
Every year. And it's infuriating because it gives people these false
Yes.
ideas of what they're going to spend. If you are spending this much
Yeah.
for a 10-person 4th of July cookout, you should never be allowed to have a cookout again.
That bad.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Oh, my God, this makes me so mad. Every year,
happened?
for every holiday that involves buying food, these people come out and they're like, here's what it's going to
You
cost.
can't do it, man.
Like, are they stuck in the 50s?
It has to be.
Okay. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock this morning, you never want to hear a knock at your door.
No.
Right? And here's the thing. The technology now exists where if you hear a knock at your door, you can look who's at your door and just choose not to answer
It
the
is
door.
nice.
Which is why this story is so bizarre, because it seems almost impossible for these types of people to even be able to make a living anymore.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So the 4th of July is officially a week away. And it's on a Friday, so you know it's going to be Cookout Central.
Oh, yeah. Fire it up.
High fives all over the place. And if you're planning on having a cookout for the 4th of July, I mean, there are lots of people who have decided to pass on doing that because food prices are so high. Folks that are cutting back.
Yeah.
But there's good news.
What's the good news?
Well, the American Farm Bureau put out their annual what it will cost 4th of July cookout. So this cookout is for 10 people.
Oh, that's a good crew.
And if you want to feed 10 people,
Huh.
according to the American Farm Bureau, it will cost you $70.92.
For 10 people?
10 people can
Man,
be.
what kind of chintz-ass slop you grilling?
Okay, so in this story, they did not put out what the actual breakdown is. They
Oh.
normally break it down. I
Yeah.
do not have a breakdown this year. If you're spending $10 a person at your 4th of July cookout,
Not even.
don't have a 4th of July
They
cookout.
better be thin people.
Yeah, it's $7. Wait, is it $7 a person?
Well, you said
10 people, $71.
$70, so it's less than $10 a person.
Yeah, $7.
You ain't feeding kids for that.
Let me tell you this. Like choosing what cookout to go to on a holiday, right? Unless you have an obligation you have to meet. It's a very important
Oh, yeah.
decision,
Yeah.
right?
You only get so many of these a season.
Thank you. And
They're
at your
precious.
age, you only have so many left while
This
you're
may be
breathing.
it.
I mean, and for those who don't know, I mean, Tommy usually eats like a bitch, but on the 4th of July,
That's his day.
he has not one, but 2 hot dogs.
Dos Dogos.
Wow.
So delicious.
So if I'm going to choose your place,
Yeah.
and I show up, and you have spent $7,
You're King Chintz.
I am out of my effing.
You got a raggedy grill.
Oh.
Yeah, there's an expectation of having too much.
Right?
Yeah.
I
I
would
want
argue.
leftovers.
Yes.
I want,
You got to
I
have.
want all the sides.
You really got to plan for 2 meals for a cookout like the 4th of July. Normally they go long.
Yeah.
So you'll eat early.
Yeah.
Right? Hang out, whatever,
drink, whatever.
swim, play yard games, whatever. And then I'm expecting more food.
Yeah, you gotta reheat the grill.
Sometimes you get 2 of the same sides, just slightly different versions.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. What is the bare minimum that you will accept from a cookout on the 4th of July? 252 WCMF 252-922.
You talking like what I'm gonna see on my plate or what it's gonna cost?
All right, let's talk plate. When you walk in, the food that you are expecting, the bare minimum where you are happy,
Well,
you are
super bare minimum.
Yeah.
All right. Well, burgers,
burger. Okay.
dogs.
Okay.
All right. Cheese on those burgers.
So you want a cheeseburger?
If I want the option.
Okay.
And you got to have a sausage.
Wait. Okay.
Oh.
I think we've gone a bridge too far.
No,
We're
I think
talking base here.
Yeah. You think sausage is base?
Yeah. I'm Italian, man. I mean, I never saw my parents not grill Italian sausage and had the peppers and onions in a pan.
No, I get that wherever your mother went, there was going to be a ton of sausages.
She loved her sausage.
When it
They
comes,
called her Edie full of sausage.
I'm supposed to do that joke, man.
Sorry.
You sick freak.
Sorry. So I'll take sausage off the
No,
table.
I'm not. We're not getting over this. I find it weird
Yeah.
in your privileged East
We're
Side
like
I
the
ass.
wasn't
stuff.
done.
Wait, there's
I
more
would
going.
like cheese on my burger. Too.
Well, you want a cheese option for your burger.
No, I agree with the
And
cheese.
by the
option.
way-
I kind of assumed it would already come with cheese, but
2 cheese options.
Shut up. Now you're.
No, you gotta go yellow and white, man. And you gotta go red and white on the dogs.
Okay, can we talk about this?
So you had to have mixed you gotta have mixed Weigel, right? You had the whites and the reds.
So you won't even accept a sub Zweigel hot dog.
No, it's gotta be. You gotta go Z, and I want red and white.
Okay.
Burgers, 2 options on the cheese.
Okay, but the yellow and the white cheese are the same cheese. You know.
yeah.
Yeah, but you got to get people not because some people just
like the
want
look
one or
of
the
it.
other.
No, it's the same. It's both American.
Yeah.
I know, but people want what they want.
No, that doesn't make. I'm not going to get you 2 colors of cheese that taste the
Yeah,
same.
it's not
Look
like
at you,
Swiss
man,
and
Chins.
American.
Goddamn wife's a doctor. You can't give me white cheese.
It's the same cheese. You like if you want if you ask me for Swiss, I'll get you Swiss. But even that's not bare minimum.
All right, it said I want. I want sausage. I think sausage should
Okay.
be on the grill.
Okay.
And then you want to talk sides.
Yeah, what do we got for sides?
All right. Well, you got to have your standards.
Okay.
All right. You got to have your mac salad, tater salad.
Okay, are we talking homemade or is it okay to buy store brand sides?
Hey, you can go store.
Kimmy, would you agree?
I prefer the homemade, but Wegmans does make a pretty decent
Oh yeah.
pasta
You can buy it
salad.
in a bucket.
Okay, so we got potato mac. Go ahead.
Okay. Then you got to have slaw,
Yeah, okay, I'm with you there.
and then you have to have like more of a spiral pasta salad
Okay.
with
let's talk-
Italian dressing,
Let's talk
with
about
like
that.
little chunks
Little
of
Moz
mozzarella
balls. Yeah.
and little pieces of
I'm in on this.
pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
That's-
Sometimes they put basil in it.
That's
yeah.
the worst of the salad.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
It's
The
the
pasta
worst.
summer salad has
No,
to be
that's
there.
the most delicious of the salads.
You have to have melon.
Okay, go. What are you, 4?
So now
No,
we're
you
adding a
gotta have
fruit into the
watermelon
mix.
for-
Okay, this is going beyond like basic.
No, you watermelon is
well,
not
you
basic.
if you're having 10 people over, you need a melon.
No, you don't.
I mean, these are all things you prefer, but we're talking like the most base accepted.
This is base stuff.
Okay.
And then you got to have a dessert. You got to have those patriotic cupcakes with the little flag.
I can get down with that. Okay,
right?
what if?
And by the way, you could buy those. You could buy a box of those things cheap.
What if you just have like the patriotic looking cake with like the strawberries and a
Yeah,
flag?
fine. But it's something red, white, and blues. Celebrate our beautiful country in a dessert form.
The flag dessert kind of feels disrespectful to me.
Why?
I love America. Now let's eat its
Let's
flag.
eat the cake. No, but so that's my base.
Bro,
But that's
is-
soup to nuts. By the way, that's a hell of a party.
No, yeah, it is a hell of a party, but that's not bare minimum. Kimmy, what are you removing from Tommy's bare minimum for your bare minimum party?
Well, like if we're going bare minimum, I don't think you need like the multiple pasta salads. Like you pick one pasta salad.
Okay.
Chintz.
Maybe you throw a potato salad in
Pasta's cheap.
there. Take out the melon, add corn on the cob.
Oh,
You know,
that's a
so
good call.
Corn on the cob's
She's right.
a base.
Good catch, Kimmy.
No melon?
I mean,
How am I
again,
cooling
I
off?
prefer the melon, but it's not.
I know
like,
you
part
do,
of the
but-
base plan.
All right.
I've never been to a barbecue where there wasn't watermelon, and I love watermelon, but I've been like, oh, I don't like no watermelon. I'm out of here.
Yeah, but watermelon is like such a fun summer food.
Yeah, like I love a fruit salad, but I don't know if that's like part of the lineup for everybody.
You know, if fruit salad takes away from another dish that could have been there, I'm furious that there's fruit salad. I
right.
don't want your fruit salad.
All right.
What am I, a monkey? Get out of here with the watermelons.
Got a face for one.
Got a face for a monkey. He's got a face for a monkey, he says.
He's got a face for a monkey. And what about apps?
That's what the sides are. Are you
No.
talking about, wait, there's no such thing as grilling apps.
No, but you're
No,
talking
you-
about the pre-meal meal.
Right, people coming in
Like
early.
dips.
You serve them beer. You serve them a
Okay.
glass of wine or something. You gotta have chips, dip.
Okay, those aren't
nuts.
apps. Those are snacks.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
There will
chips-
always be at least a buffalo chicken dip at 4th of July.
Or that Asiago
Spin shot.
artichoke.
Artichoke?
Artichoke.
Rock, chalk, artichoke,
Artichoke.
Jayhawk.
So yeah, you need chips, dip, and you know what you gotta have.
What's that?
Well, you want to be the king?
No, we're talking
Or
again.
you want the crown of chintz.
How are you so bad at
Veggie
this? The
tray?
crown
Shrimp
of
platter.
shit. The
Oh,
crown-
shrimp.
You gotta have the shrimp.
No, shrimp is above and beyond.
Yeah, 'cause
above
it's
and
gonna get too
beyond.
warm if you're having it outside.
And you can't
You put it
buy.
on ice.
Shut up.
I know,
Bro,
right?
shrimp is so effing expensive.
It's not effing expensive.
It is.
Well, what sucks about shrimp is there's always one guy that stands by the shrimps and finishes
I
all
know.
the shrimp before anybody even gets there.
And that guy is always over 55, by the way. It's you, it's my dad, it's Kimmy's
We
dad.
appreciate shrimp, man.
My dad,
That says class.
my wife, we had shrimp cocktail at our vow renewal a couple of years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
forgot
My
about
dad
this.
got there late. All the shrimp cocktail was gone because you ate it all.
I did. I tore it up.
And my dad wandered around for 20 minutes bitching about how the shrimp was
I was
gone.
doubling up on those shrimp every time.
I think the shrimp goes too fast.
Yes, no, I mean, like, okay, let me ask you this. 252 WCMF, the American Farm Bureau says the average 4th of July cookout for 10 people this year will cost $70.92.
And you ain't drinking a sip of booze.
Okay, well, yeah, that does not include beer
Yeah.
in what they list here. But Tommy is going through his bare minimum, and it sounds like a 7-course meal in Paris, for God's sake.
You'd want to come to
Plus
my
snacks.
party for sure.
Again, it sounds like a great party. I'm talking the bare
Yeah.
minimum for
Okay.
where I'm happy. All right, let me ask you this, and I see you guys on hold. Give me 1 second. Let's say I get a shrimp platter. How many shrimp per person is necessary?
So you got to get a minimum 2-pound platter. Probably you need to do double bag. You probably need 4 pounds of shrimp.
4 pounds of shrimp?
So what is
Yeah.
that per person? What do you expect? How many?
That's a full platter. That's a full nice platter of shrimp. That's a dazzler. Like that's a centerpiece that it's gonna pop.
How
Bro,
many do
it's
you
a
think you're gonna
cookout.
What's
How
that?
many do you think you'll put down?
Me?
Yeah.
I could eat shrimp all effing day.
Yeah, but this isn't a buffet for you, man. It's a cookout.
I get
for
it. I get it. Everybody share.
I
Everybody
don't
be cool.
think you get it.
I don't think you get it.
Like people are understanding this now. Like CJ writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. She says cornhole, beer, burgers. She's done.
Yeah, because she's a Chin's woman.
This woman. 252 WCMF. You argued you have to have a sausage.
Yes, yeah, nice Italian sausage with the peppers and the onions on the pan on the side.
Jim's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Good, how about you guys?
Good, Jimmy, guy.
So, Schwager White Hots are considered a sausage.
All right, let's not start this debate because they're not sausages. They're not.
I think they are considered that, though.
I understand.
They are considered a sausage.
No, I understand.
Not in my house.
Tommy's considered a radio personality, but we all know how that's going.
We know that's untrue.
Like, Jim, it's like the same debate as a hot dog, a sandwich. Like, technically it is a sandwich, but it's not really a sandwich. Like, I understand when Tommy says...
It's not a sandwich.
I hate Jim.
I've never gone to Jim's house.
I have a hatred of Jim with a passion of 1,000 suns right now.
Sorry, Jim.
All right, Jim, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Zweigels aren't sausages.
I understand that.
Okay.
That's why I said you need a sausage base.
Polish or Italian?
Italian. I go Italian with the peppers and onions.
No, I'm not saying that's not
good. So
good.
you're talking like kielbasa?
Well,
it's a fine sausage.
No, you could go kielbasa. Like I'm talking about, like the traditional, like straight up Polish sausage has like a specific taste that I love.
I always just call that kielbasa.
Okay, yeah, but you say a lot of wrong things. I love Italian sausage.
I think it's a crowd pleaser. Italian sausage.
I love Italian sausage, but I think if I had the choice, I'm gonna go Polish sausage.
All right, go ahead.
Is that?
A little weird.
Well, no, but I mean, Italian sausage is
what
everywhere.
What do you serve with? Peppers and onions?
Yeah. Well, I'll go just pepper or just onions on it. Like
no peppers?
Nah, not on the.
See, like you're backing out of the sausage game.
No,
baby.
and I'm not going.
Why not have it just to have it as an option?
I'll go peppers and onions on the Italian. I just go straight onions on the Polish.
Yeah.
And sauerkraut.
Oh, you can do a little kraut. The only thing about sauerkraut, man, does it smell?
Smells good.
Like sauerkraut just like takes over everything.
I can eat sauerkraut out of a bowl with a fork.
That's nasty.
I love.
That's a bowl of like shredded ass.
I had a roommate that used to do that, and when she didn't finish
What,
the
a
whole
she?
thing, and she would put it in the fridge to
And it
like
ruins
eat
everything.
later, and it like the smell of it I can't do.
I can't imagine kissing some woman that just ate a bowl of sauerkraut.
I don't know. I'm kind of getting a boner thinking about it.
Like, how did you even get your mouth down there?
With that.
Well, that got weird.
Yeah, of course it did. He's all wound up. He had like
He
a
is
pixie
very
stick
wound
before the show or something. Now, there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you, Tommy. Where this was how you bought things.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
You went to the grocery store to buy your food, and then everything else kind of came this way.
Mhm.
But that was a long, long time ago.
What are they doing now?
Well, look, the way the technology has moved, Tommy, not only are these people not necessary, if I don't want to talk to them, I don't even have to get off my ass.
Really?
So the fact that this person was arrested trying to do this is bizarre.
Mm.
Because how could anyone even make a living anymore with this as their gig?
Oh.
And we'll tell you what we're talking about next here in the break room on CMF. It's never been easier to spend your money.
Oh, yeah.
You can always go out to the store and buy stuff.
Mhm.
You can pay for stuff instantly on your phone, brought right to you.
Yep.
Hell, you don't even need to be looking for stuff. They will blast you with ads
Yes, they do.
right in your face.
Mhm.
So these still existing, period, seems a little insane.
Yeah.
And as annoying as these folks can be, don't you also kind of feel a little bit bad for them?
Oh, because they're hustling?
Well, you have to hustle to make money doing this.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. The Sterling Renaissance Festival returns for 7 fun-filled theme weekends. You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for 1 day admission during the 2025 season, courtesy of Empire Attractions. Now I got to switch over to my,
Yeah, go ahead.
my medieval voice. This is all ages, family-friendly festival. Offers a
What do you mean liking the drumsticks, Governor?
Offers a 360-degree experience with the amazing sights, sounds,
Wash your
authentic
shirts
foods, and
with the winches over in the pit?
feelings invoked to the show. See, that's the difference between you and I. I am regal. You sound like a commoner.
Yeah. The real people.
Saturdays and Sundays only, July 5th, August 17th. Skip the lines. Order tickets online at sterlingfestival.com. We got a lot of Canandaigua stuff happening today.
Well, it's that time of the year, man. It starts heating up down that way.
You might be right.
Summer fun.
Canandaigua is where we find a man arrested for just trying to make a living. Police say a 40-year-old man was going door to door trying to sell Frontier services without a permit. Do they mean the communications company?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Like he's trying to sell Frontier Communications?
It just says Frontier Services. I'm not entirely sure what that is.
So he needs a peddler's license or something?
Peddler's permit is what they call it. He did not have the peddler's permit, and because of that, he's been charged with soliciting without a permit.
So they arrested him?
They arrested him.
Damn.
And the story made the news for some reason. He's got a court date coming up to answer for the charges. Okay, so I'm with you, man. Arrested this guy.
This kid is hustling in this heat.
Well, he's
weather.
40. He's not really a kid.
No, it's even worse.
He's a grown-ass man.
Yeah.
But past the point where I agree with you there, door-to-door salesmen still exist?
How?
Thank you.
First of all, if you're home, like you said, I'm putting on that ring cam and pass. Unless you're dropping something off that I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
I ain't bothering.
Like, with all due respect to you door-to-door salesmen out there, if there is one thing the world no longer needs, it's door-to-door salesmen. Because your dad did this when he got older, right?
Yeah. So he was selling cable service at that time because it was brand new, door to door.
But he did well with it.
Oh, he cleaned up.
Okay, so first of all, how many people are even home enough to answer the door?
Well, I guess some people are working from home, but they don't want to be interrupted.
But even if you are working from home, you're thinking about weekdays. I'm talking my kids do everything all the time.
Right, so you're out and about.
I'm never at home.
Right.
And to your point, like you brought up, if I have a ring cam, the kid's not even getting, he ain't pitching.
Right.
But but we have had that before where we've answered the ring cam and they go on to explain like what they're there for and stuff. It's usually always something that has to do with your internet.
Okay.
But they will, I don't know if I'd call it a pitch, but they will try to extend the conversation through the ring cam.
But who's buying, to your point? I can get anything I want.
Or if I'm interested, I'll look it up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's not like I need
they
it
got to
from
be
you.
going away.
Yeah.
Well, like Kimmy has had them. I mean, this guy got arrested. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You do see folks walking through neighborhoods all the time.
How were they eating?
I agree with you. But also, it's super dangerous for the folks that are going door to
I
door.
always worry about that, too.
Because, best case scenario in a bad spot, person who is alarmed or annoyed will call the cops, like what happened here. Worst case scenario, you're catching a bullet from someone who decides.
He's going to threaten you.
Yeah.
Freaking dogs, too.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the biggest reason that door-to-door salesmen are completely irrelevant right now, and I say this seriously, what can you sell me on my front step that I cannot buy with my phone?
Nothing. There's nothing. What would it be?
Because, Tommy, the draw of the door-to-door salesman used to be the convenience of it.
Yeah.
I don't have to leave my house. I can buy a vacuum cleaner, set of encyclopedias, all the frozen food from the Schwann's truck. God, I love the Schwann's truck.
Oh, the meat truck, yeah.
God, it was great. We used to buy Nutty Buddies from them. You know, the ice cream cone?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And for a time, that made sense.
Yeah. It's antiquated.
But, I cannot think of a single product that if I needed it, I can't have it delivered in, 2 hours. Right?
And I'd have to listen to a sales pitch, which nobody wants to hear.
Thank you. I know, okay, Kirby vacuums. They're sold door to door. You can only buy Kirby vacuums, if I'm not mistaken, from the door to door sales.
Yeah.
So I can't buy a Kirby vacuum online, but I can get a kick-ass vacuum.
I can buy any vacuum I want.
Thank you. Well, except for a Kirby.
I could probably buy a used Kirby online.
You probably
right?
Are you allowed to do that? Can you look it up?
But if I own an old Kirby, I'm going to get rid of it.
So I seem to remember when I was selling.
You can't do that.
Kirby vacuum cleaners for 2 weeks. Like there was something where like eBay would take them down. I don't know if it's still the same.
Really?
I have them on eBay.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong.
$20.
Maybe I'm wrong. We got folks writing us on Instagram. Duffy and WCMF, the easiest way to get them. Black OVK Designs writes us. Brightenism nonstop. Literally walk up and be like, I see your windows need an update. And the gutter guys too, nonstop. Window guy came to my house. I already have new windows. He was like speechless. You'd think he'd have a better comeback. I have new windows.
Yeah, we've gotten those flyers.
Is it older neighborhoods they're trying on purpose?
Maybe.
That would make sense.
Well, those are the places that need windows and gutters for stuff like that.
Well, I mean, and I would also think people that are accustomed to buying things door to door.
Yeah, but those people have got to be dying out. I mean, that's people older than me.
Yeah, you're right.
Are they
should all be
hitting
dead.
new homeowners? Like, I wonder if they're going to neighborhoods that are turning over to because if people are buying those older homes, maybe they're kind of stuck with the problems of those older homes, or maybe they are looking to upgrade more than an older person would
that's
be,
like
who's just kind
services.
of like running out the clock.
But that's like services, like landscaping, lawn mowing. But you're talking like buying products.
Yeah, like actual products.
Who needs it?
I mean, they must be making enough where it's...
Those guys have got to be starving.
Look, I would have thought the same thing, but they wouldn't keep doing it if it wasn't making a little bit of money.
Yeah, but it's got to be a pittance. Like, think of how many doors you got to hit. Even back in the day, that was a miserable job when it was acceptable.
Well, look, man, I mean, I got personal experience.
I know you do.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this guy out in Canandaigua, 40 years old, was arrested going door-to-door trying to sell Frontier Services, we're not sure what that is, without a permit. He did not have a peddler's permit, so the cops arrested him. And arresting that guy's one thing. Not great. But the fact that he exists as a human being.
Yes.
So it is very important to remember.
What's that?
As we talk about this. Yes, these folks that knock are annoying, and no, you don't want anything to do with them. But you shouldn't take it out on the person who is knocking on your door.
No. As long as they take the hint.
I don't know, man, because you got to eat. It's like your dad said,
I know.
ABC, baby.
But like, yeah, but you get to that point, man. Like, all right, we've had this conversation now, so really not going to buy your stuff.
Okay, all right, but
my foot's on fire. Yep, got to go.
Look, this guy in Canandaigua, we don't know if he owns whatever business he's doing work for, right? Because there's those independent companies that sell different products.
Yeah.
But if he's an employee, I feel terrible for this guy.
Yeah.
He got busted on top of that, man.
So here's the thing. For those who have never had a door-to-door salesman's job, when you get these jobs, they promise you the world.
Yeah.
And they're very shifty about it. So when I was selling a specific product, that company that makes vacuums door-to-door, they put an ad in the paper for interviews, right? And they had you come in and interview.
So you saw the ad?
I saw the ad in the want ads.
What did it say? Do you suck? Yes.
Yeah, and that was weird because I saw your mom on the way.
Do you suck door-to-door with Tommy's mom?
Once again, sucking door-to-door. So it made it look like a real job.
Yeah.
So I go in and I sit down and I have the interview, and the guy like makes me feel like $1 million, and I'm like, holy crap, I just nailed this interview.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out everyone that applied,
Well, yeah.
they put you through training for 2 weeks, right? And when I was working, I don't know if it's still that way, it was commission only.
Yeah, so you don't sell, you don't eat.
You got it. If I did not sell a thing in 2 weeks, I put in 13, 14-hour days because they drop you off in a neighborhood all over the Western New York region.
Yeah.
And you are there by yourself all day long until they pick you up in a van at like 7 o'clock at night.
Yes.
It is a freaking nightmare. And it was the worst job I had in my life.
Oh, yeah.
And at the time when I was selling this vacuum, it cost around $1,500.
Which is insane.
You had to cold sell somebody
Yeah.
$1,500 knocking on their door, but they fill your head with these ideas that you're going to get rich. Like it's simple, just follow the script. And you believe, man, like I was believing that I was going to be a millionaire. They bring in some like really sharp dressed guy to train you. And it's like, he said, I remember him vividly saying this, I make as much as a doctor.
Selling vacuum.
And yeah, he was like, really well, what I thought was well dressed at 18.
It's an act.
Jewelry, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow,
You're like watching a play.
Yes. And I'm thinking they're like, whoa, these suckers that aren't doing this, what are you, stupid? Man, I'm going to be so rich selling vacuum cleaners to people. But I had nothing else going on.
No.
Crappy comedy career at the time. So, like, when you answer that door and you see that kid, like, stammering over his words, you got to keep in mind somebody sold him a load of BS.
That's true.
And, like, how is that kid supposed to know that he got lied to?
Well, he probably figures it out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it took me
like a couple days on the job.
It took me 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's always one person that's good at it. There was this one kid, man. He must have sold 5 vacuums in, like, the 2 weeks I was there.
So you just look at that one example, and that's what keeps you in it.
And they prop him up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like every bad coach you had in high school. Why can't you be more like Dave? And it's a serious
He's
thing.
a hustler.
It's exactly what they say. Man, I have vivid memories. So, like, the reason I stopped doing the job is I didn't have enough money to eat food during the day.
You were forced.
No, like, Kimmy, so I remember we were dropped off. I think it was out in, like, the Newark area.
Yeah.
So they drop you off at, like, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's up to you.
You canvass it all day.
Yes, I don't have my car either.
Oh,
so
so
I'm just walking through neighborhoods. So, like, you got to go find food.
Yeah.
And I didn't eat anything all day. I was starving to death. And I had no money to buy food. And then I got yelled at on the ride home for not selling anything that week. And I was like, yeah, F this, man. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're driving a van with a bunch of guys who can't sell vacuum cleaners. You're going to yell at me. Get out of my effing face. Man, I'm not going to take vacuum cleaner slander. All right, let's take a break. You don't want to break the law, Tom.
Oh, of course not.
No. You have to be aware of the laws and not break them. Like we talked earlier, that guy arrested for a DWI on a golf cart. Did he know that was illegal?
Yeah.
We don't know. These things we're going to read to you, you do not know they are illegal. They are illegal.
Yeah.
And it is surprising with all of the legislative stuff that comes up now on a daily basis with everything going on in the world. Shouldn't we have somebody on the state and on the federal level go through all the laws to see if they still apply to anything?
I thought that's what they do in Albany.
No, actually, because every once in a while they stumble upon something and they go,
Oh.
or like some weird police chief in some small town will charge someone with something based on a law that we did not know is irrelevant.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Shut up. Laws exist to protect us, to maintain order.
Yeah.
A country without laws, Tommy, that's not a country at
No,
all.
it's falling apart.
But at the same time, it's important to know the laws we have.
Okay.
Because they serve a purpose. Not to punish, but to make life easier. And what we have discovered here in the break room this morning seems to lead to a bigger problem than we think that we have here in New York State.
What happened?
You are hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
Yeah.
If you have flirted with anyone this week,
Flirted.
you have broken the law in New York State.
There's a flirt law?
Yes, currently on the books in the state of New York, and this is legit, you can look it up yourself.
Yeah.
If a police officer catches you flirting in any way,
Yeah.
it is a $25 fine.
Why did they make that law in the first place?
When did they make that law is my question.
Oh, it's got to be from the 1700s.
No, the law was put on the books 125 years ago, and it was first put on the books to fight prostitution.
Oh.
I'm not making this up. And that $25 fine was lighter than the punishment they wanted to pass.
Yeah.
Lawmaker Francis G. Landon
Yeah, what do you say?
tried to push a bill that would punish drunken flirting with a $500 fine.
Who had $500 back then?
Yes, in 1902, we did the math. That would have been $1 billion.
No.
Yeah, no, you idiot. $500 with $1 billion.
I don't know.
Are you the dumbest person
No,
I've
but
ever met in my
they
life.
always say, if you invested in Coca-Cola at the beginning, you'd be $1 billion.
Yeah, I don't think they use compound interest in fines.
Oh.
I haven't paid my flirting fine in 150. Oh, no. How am I still alive is my question. But despite the fact that this is laughable now, and we haven't heard of anyone getting popped for flirting ever, it's still on the books. And by the letter of the law, if they wanted to, a police officer could detain you for flirting. And that's not the only one.
What's that?
Did you know
What?
there are some cities and villages and towns in New York where if you want to hang your clothes on a clothesline, you have to pay for a license?
Well, I did thought you had to be Italian. So you need a license to hang your britches?
Yes.
I kind of like that one.
Okay.
Why?
Because it's nasty looking, man. Nobody wants to see your skeeved up skivvies dangling in the breeze.
Nobody
they're
drives.
clean
It
now.
looks cheap.
Okay.
You look poor.
You are proving.
Like it's a tenement house.
You're proving. Okay, it's funny. You're proving what an old man you are because this law first showed up when clotheslines debuted because folks saw them as an eyesore
in the city.
in communities that were poorer.
Yeah.
But then again, there are several communities in New York where technically this law is still on the
I
books.
love this.
Bro, you're agreeing with
Is
a
that
law
just
from the
because
1800s.
they didn't want them in like the front yard?
No, we're talking like cities where like they would hang the.
They go right across the building.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, and you kind of reel them
Gotcha.
in.
Exactly. Yes. Is it time to clean up some of these laws that serve absolutely
Well,
no
of
purpose?
course.
But
Well, that's why I'm wondering if they stuck around for so long because it was harder to do away with them than it was to just kind of ignore them.
no, all you have to do is take a vote. Really, like with all these laws, all you have to do is
Oh,
have.
I just thought the lawmakers could get together and just strike them down.
Well, yeah, that's what it would be.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just have one guy go like this isn't
Yeah.
the law anymore. But it's very easy to do. And here's the thing: every town, every village, every city, they all have dedicated town, city, village historians. Like that's a job people get paid for. And there are laws and charters that exist in community libraries and town halls and such that
No
they
horse
have.
kissing?
What I'm saying is the documents
Yes.
that exist that they can go search. What is keeping these communities from sending in these historians, finding the stupid laws that serve no purpose, and eliminating?
Well, I guess because they don't enforce them anyway, so what's the point?
Okay, so
of wasting the time to do it. But you're right. I mean, they could go in and clean it up, but nobody's going to
Unless
enforce
there's like
the
still
flirting
people,
law.
unless there's still people that argue for it.
Well, you mean like the clothesline law that he just argued
I
for?
don't know.
I like that one.
It could be, maybe it takes a few people to be like, no, I like that. Let's keep it.
Okay, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And I get why you would think that, these laws are so antiquated, nobody cares about them anymore, that no one's going to enforce them.
You're right.
And it turns out you're wrong.
What happened?
For example, state of New York just reversed an over century-old law that made adultery illegal. Silly little thing.
Yeah.
Except for one woman in Canandaigua, like 15 years ago, who was charged with adultery.
Oh, on the park bench there in Batavia.
Yes, after an alleged incident in a public park. And the charges were eventually dropped. But that story made national news. Her name was everywhere.
So they still have like sodomy laws then?
Yeah. There are actually still states that charge people with sodomy.
How?
Don't do it loudly.
Well, it's going to get a little loud.
Unless you're cool. But, here's the thing, man. That woman was charged with adultery. Her life was turned upside down. And
Yep.
I'm not saying what she was doing was good. I get it. The point is, She should not have been charged with that crime. And what she was arrested for should not have become a national news story. If someone had gone and found out, Tommy, that law existed and wiped it out, it would have saved that woman a ton of headache.
Yeah, it would have.
She would not have been embarrassed nationally, right? But some police chief decided to take the adultery law seriously.
So he had to know it was there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like in the back of his head.
I mean, look, it means he's good at his job.
Oh, yeah, he's thorough.
Also means he's a little over-officious. And it is shocking what gets missed as time moves forward. For example,
Yeah.
did you know that Mississippi was the last state in America to abolish slavery?
Well, that makes sense. I mean, that's not the shocker of Mississippi.
You want to guess what year?
I'm going to say 80s or 90s.
Okay, 2013.
2013?
Mississippi.
We're getting around to it.
Mississippi did not abolish slavery in 2013.
Or they just forget it was there.
Kimmy, you
Oh,
ready?
no, they never forgot it was there. It's pretty much, there's examples all over Mississippi.
So Mississippi was supposed to ratify the 13th Amendment, which wiped out slavery in 1865.
Turns
but
out nobody can count past 11.
because it's Mississippi
Yeah.
in 1865, they refused
like,
to ratify
nah.
it. Yeah, because it's Mississippi.
So it just sat there.
And they forgot about it. So in 1994, a local official in Texas, doing what we're describing, going
Yeah.
over old
Going
laws,
through stuff.
realized it. And in
Man,
1995,
when Texas calls you racist, you racist.
in 1995, Mississippi voted to outlaw slavery finally. But even then, they forgot to send the paperwork. So it wasn't until two other people realized in 2013, 165 years
Yeah.
after the Civil War ended, that
Well,
they
things
were.
move a little slow in the South.
Jeez, man. But, like, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
And it's only because no one was paying attention.
Yeah.
Just like it's embarrassing that in New York State, it's against the law to wear slippers past 10 p.m.
Slipper.
That's a real law.
Like outside.
No,
In the house.
At all.
period. It is
So-
against the law in New York State to wear slippers past 10 p.m.
So why was that?
No idea. I have no idea.
Yeah. What would be the purpose of that in the first place?
Beats the hell out of me. But that's a law. And if you had some guy that was in charge of punishing people that was looking for a reason to get you, in theory,
Bust
if
your slipper ass.
if you got those big furry bare feet on
Yeah.
and it's 10:15,
Yeah.
you're in trouble, bitch. 252 WCMF 252-9263. There are a lot of laws in New York State, villages, towns, statewide, that make no sense anymore. We started talking about how statewide it is against the law to flirt in New York State. And if you are caught flirting by a police officer that wants to charge you, it is a $25 fine. And with all of these historians that every town and village and community and state employ, why are we not going back through the books
Yeah.
to try and figure
Clean
out
it up.
what still applies and what doesn't? Like, I don't know. Like, explain to me why that would be a problem.
It wouldn't, but I mean, I don't know. Is there just one big ass book of laws?
No. Every community has the ability to write their own laws. Every state.
Oh, so every community would have to do this.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Well, but
Yeah.
no, because, like, look, man, I don't want to sound like a dick. Like,
Too late.
the official historian of the town of Chile.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I didn't know every town had one of those.
Most towns and villages have
Really?
official. I don't know if it's a full-time job, but they have.
I hope it's not full time.
No, there are some full-time historians. Like the city of
Oh.
Rochester has a full-time historian.
I get that, but like, I hope Pittsburgh doesn't have one.
Oh, they
Pittsburgh,
absolutely do.
If there was
You
one
are
town.
you are the town of historical plaques. You don't think you have a historian or multiple?
Gimme, will you Google Pittsburgh historian? Because that
Yeah.
name's going to come up. Official historian
We
of
have a
Pittsburgh.
law where two gazebos can't touch.
Really? Because you're breaking it.
I wonder if people are afraid to do this because they're afraid that people are going to start to challenge like actual
Oh, yeah.
laws that
Because I'm standing up for that
they
laundry law.
do kind of need. You know what I mean? Like it could be a slippery slope.
Okay, you know I hate slippery slope arguments, but let's make that slippery slope argument. Kimmy, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with debating what
Well,
is
then
and isn't
now
legal?
it's all, they'll go to court, they'll sue.
But-
you know, we'll be jackassing around for 10 years.
Now you sound like an old man. I don't see a problem with having public debate about what should
You're going to
and
have
shouldn't
those
be
town
illegal.
halls where everybody's standing up yelling at each other.
Look,
What?
I thought you were going to do the voice.
What? You know what I mean? I don't want to see his filthy laundry.
Look, I agree with you. That would be you, by the way. That's
Oh,
you.
I'm
Big.
going down.
I feel like it would get super petty.
It would.
Okay, fine, but like, isn't that what this country's about? Like, I do
Super
have.
petty.
No, I have the ability to show up and voice
Oh,
my
you
opinion.
do. But let a sleeping dog lie.
Okay. No, because see, I love how guys like you who think this doesn't apply to them, go, it's fine the way it is. Oh, my guy, everything's okay for me. I live in my wife's house, and I see 2 gazebos touching. I ain't calling the cops. I got my slippers on, and it's 10:45.
Because there's probably some hideous law we don't know about that's still sitting there, and I don't even want to know about
So, no, that's why we should get rid of it. It's also an interesting study in where we've come from as a country, a community, a city, a town, or whatever.
All right.
Right?
Okay.
Like, what mattered to your
But
people?
you'll be digging up your town's dirty past.
You should dig up the dirty past. Why wouldn't you?
Every house needs one hanging tree.
So I think you do have multiple historians, by the way, in Pittsburgh.
Multiple historians.
Because there's a form that says, please use this form to contact the Pittsburgh historians. It doesn't even name them.
But no, serious question.
What's up?
Right? Like, I'm getting kind of sick of this argument that we shouldn't look into the past because we're going to find things we don't
Well,
like.
we already know we have some bad past.
Some.
Why drudge it up?
Because drudge it up. Why learn from the mistakes we've made?
But we already know some of this. We know we had a dark past.
Yes, and there are people that choose not to acknowledge that, period. What is wrong with going, hey, look how much better we're doing now?
Okay, so you answered your own argument because there are people, like Kimmy said, that will agree with these laws.
Yes, and point it out. Yeah.
And now you got every dick in the town hall.
We should go back to this time.
Okay, I'll be frank. I want to know that. I want to know who that guy is. And you know what? If you want to live in
pretty sure he's my neighbor.
If you want to live in a community that still has this terrible stuff in it, I know where I'm not going.
I like head in the sand politics.
Yeah, because again, that's what you've lived your whole life. I don't need this money. I didn't earn this money. But if you miss a payment, God damn it, I'm coming for you. So we have multiple historians in Pittsburgh.
That's what it seems like.
All right, get them on the books.
I want to fire him.
Why?
We need 4 or 5 historians walking around.
You don't pay property tax.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You don't own a house.
Oh, yeah. Hey, keep your jobs.
Doesn't it make you wonder, too, like as we talk about these silly laws that are still in the books? Again, the ones that we know about that we've discussed. It's illegal to flirt in New York State. It's a $25 fine if you're busted. That's been on the books for over 125 years. It is illegal in some towns, villages, communities in New York State to have a clothesline without a permit.
Good.
Permit for a clothesline. Tommy still wants that one. We learned that it's illegal to wear slippers past 10 p.m. in New York State. We don't know why that one exists. There's going to be a time.
A time.
Thank you.
An old raggedy time.
100 years from now, where laws that we've recently passed, people are going to look back at and be like, what the hell was that for?
Possibly, yes.
Like, doesn't it make you interested? Like, what we are passionate about now and what we are fighting to be like, this has to happen. Our great-great-grandkids are going to look back and like, what a bunch of idiots.
Yes, that's true.
Right?
Every generation has that.
Yes. But, I mean, I don't
Socially acceptable things now.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Again, you do the old bad stuff.
What's that?
Socially acceptable. What is not?
That's the way things work.
Not
like that.
fine.
No chewing gum on the canal path.
What are we, Singapore now? Baron Von Butt writes us on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF. Tommy said, super petty. Now I have the image of Richard Petty in a cape, Burt Reynolds' mustache, and a cowboy hat fighting crime, saving cats stuck in trees, stopping people from flirting. See, this is what you get when you don't want to.
And that guy's going to show up at the town hall.
Fine. I welcome him to show up at the town hall. All right, let's say you want to get away from all the craziness in the world.
Yeah, it's crazy out there.
You just want to relax, have a good time. I got the spot for you.
Let's do it.
Right across the street.
What?
Innovative Field. Your Wings are in town this weekend, and they got a ton of stuff going on.
I've been hearing.
They got stuff for the trendy, cool kids. Because Dan Mason knows how to get the trendy, cool kids excited.
Yeah.
They got stuff for you old baseball heads.
For the old set.
And they got 2 games tomorrow, bro.
2.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. weekend at the ballpark, Tommy.
What's going on?
You're getting extra baseball.
Wow.
Free baseball,
How
bro.
was that?
Because of a cancellation yesterday,
Oh,
Thomas.
all right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF joining us, as he does every home weekend for the Rochester Red Wings, our good friend, general manager, Dan Mason. Mace, how's it going?
Good morning, guys.
All right, let's start off. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, this is number one.
Yeah, in my humble opinion, this
Number
is
one.
the best you do.
Yeah.
Right. Like, this is the only good thing you've ever done for this franchise. What'd you
Thank
bring
you.
us today?
Jambalaya.
But it's loaded.
Yeah.
Loaded.
You got your
chock
shrimp.
full.
You got your chicken. You got your sausage.
It's so good.
And
Rice.
gooey sausage.
All right, like we're doing good for you. I would just let
Yeah,
it go.
you got it. You got to talk. Say Cajun wise.
What does your Cajun sound like?
Andouille.
I don't know where you're from.
Webster.
Yeah, I'm picking up Webster.
This is
Yes, it's a knockout.
unbelievably good. All right, if I want to go, when can I get some?
Tonight.
Okay.
It's our food special tonight. You can get that at Black Angus on the first base side.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Jambalaya.
I'm
And it
sure.
always goes quick.
Seriously.
Mm.
If you're going again tonight, go get this.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about how hard it is to find good Cajun food in
You
Rochester.
can't.
And this, he hits it right on the
Yeah.
head. Your chef is, it's so good. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, but past the andouille sausage, as you put
Yes.
it, what do you got going on at the ballpark?
Oh, what don't we have going on? Tonight is Pop Star Night.
Pop Star Night.
Yes. It's a new era of Red Wings baseball.
So are you calling it Pop Star Night because you can't afford the rights to call it the artist you want to call it night?
Something along those
Okay, gotcha.
lines.
So if there's like one really
But you
famous
get the picture.
So it's
pop
like a
star,
tribute. It's a
Yes.
tribute to artists.
yeah, maybe one specifically
Yeah,
in
who's had
mind,
many
Okay.
eras.
Yes.
whose name we cannot say because he has not sold enough andouille sausage yet.
Yes. But DJ Swifty will be there tonight.
Oh,
spinning
DJ
tunes.
Swifty.
Yes.
Wow.
Who's DJ Swifty?
He specializes in a certain pop star.
Oh, whose name we can't say.
Yeah.
Because once again, you won't open up your wallet, base.
No, it's not a. Well, it's a little bit of that. Anyways, DJ Swifty will be there spinning tunes, and we'll have Friendship Bracelet Station, and DJ Swifty will be playing music during the fireworks.
What is a friendship
Oh,
bracelet
okay.
station?
Where have you been?
So we need to turn to the pop culture
Yeah.
expert on our show. Kimmy, would you like to explain the
Yeah,
friendship
why
bracelet?
Yeah, so this certain artist that we're talking about, their fans are known for like loading up on friendship bracelets at concerts,
Oh.
and then you pass them out to other. You exchange.
Okay,
it's like a
all
big thing with like her fans. You make the bracelets, and then you exchange with your friends, and you kind of like collect them. I guess.
But I can purchase these.
No.
Well, he said it's a station.
You
Yeah,
make
you
make
can.
your own.
You can. We're gonna have a make your own
Oh.
friendship bracelets.
Do I, have
I
to-
don't know how it works.
Do I have to pay for my materials?
I believe so.
Okay, never mind.
All
I
right.
take it back.
But we'll have everything.
Well, I can
provided
buy
so you
one.
Can make. Yeah.
If I want to buy one and give it to Pat,
Yeah.
It's
That'd be
for-
great.
For friendship.
do I
Great
buy
idea.
two and I give you one and I wear one,
Yeah, because that's what PBS
and
do.
we don't give Kimmy anything?
Well, no, you
I
didn't
don't want
invite
your
her to your.
friendship bracelet.
What?
Good, 'cause we're not giving it to you.
The hell? I would have given you a friendship
No,
bracelet.
no,
Why the hell am
screw
I
it.
getting yelled at? No, not anymore. Not after that.
You're out.
Maybe I'll have I was thinking about taking my daughters tonight. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll have my daughter make one and bring it to you,
That would be very sweet.
and you would have to wear it.
It
I would
doesn't
wear it.
Match my outfit though.
You'd wear it.
Of course I would. It wouldn't.
If it's
I
not
wouldn't-
blue, are you gonna tell her it's not your color?
Yeah, just make sure it's not too gaudy.
All right, so we got Pop Star Night tonight.
With fireworks. And then tomorrow, we have a doubleheader now starting at 4:05. So great opportunity for some late afternoon baseball. 2 games for the price of one.
So, I mean, by the way, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. That's unique to minor league baseball, by the way.
Doubleheader.
No, well, no, not the doubleheader. 2 games for the price of one.
Oh.
When they play in the majors, they split the games off by 3 hours, so
Yeah.
they get double the gate. You guys offer legitimate free baseball.
Free baseball.
Yeah.
Damn.
2 games for the price of one tomorrow. Also, as I alluded to, as I teased the last time I was here,
Look at Industry Mace over here.
Wild Fang T-shirts, the first 1,000 fans.
I'm so excited about this. So we talked about this last time Mace was here.
Wild Fang.
Wild Fang, the mascot from the early 90s over at Silver Stadium. He's like a bat-looking thing.
Yeah.
Wild Fang T-shirts.
Okay.
And Tommy's favorite promotion of the year.
What's that?
It's Star Wars night on Saturday night.
Oh
man,
my
double
God.
whammy.
Okay.
So Star Wars characters roaming the stands. You can get your pictures taken with them. And then
Wow.
fireworks
Okay.
set to the Star Wars tunes.
All right, we got to get back. We got to back up here
What's that?
because you're a big fan of Star Wars now.
No. I'm glad they have something to go do.
They is in Star Wars fans.
Yeah.
Okay. Because like if when I go, I'm going to see
You're going to meet the people.
characters.
Plus, the players will be wearing their Baby Yoda jerseys tomorrow.
Oh, those are going to sell
Those-
super
that's
fast,
cute.
right?
Yeah.
All right. So like, there's a group that you guys hire to come and be a part of the event?
Correct.
Oh, wait, these are actors?
They, I don't know if
Did
they
go to
actually
acting
have
school?
I don't know if they're unionized
So,
actors.
so these
but-
are just people you hire, or they do it? There's some people just do it for the love of the series.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like
they
aren't-
love dressing up in Star
Yeah,
Wars.
it's a fun Saturday night for people.
But don't they have like a name? It's like the Jedi and then a number Jedi.
Yeah, like
they
the
are?
501st Legion, I believe.
Yeah, this is a real thing where they join a legion of Jedis, and there are different legions all over the country.
Proud to serve.
Yeah.
All right.
And there are some where you have to like apprentice first.
I gotta practice walking around.
No. Well, and with the lightsaber and stuff too.
I could do this.
No, you want to do it the right way if you're really trying to portray the character.
Was that you doing a
I know.
lightsaber?
This is why you need practice.
Is that you doing? What are you doing? Star Wars, the Broadway music?
Yes.
I got a lightsaber here. I got a lightsaber now. I'm over here.
No, Carol Channing.
No, like, yeah, so you can't just join the Legion, some of these. You have to, like, be like a hang-around for a year,
Okay.
and then all of a sudden now you're officially part of the Legion. Those people will be there on Saturday.
We'll have, well, I believe the 501st Legion had to do an appearance in Buffalo.
Oh.
We will have another.
So they're in
Oh,
demand.
I'm sorry. Okay.
We'll have another group there.
Okay.
All right.
500
portraying Star Wars characters.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
So fireworks that night. But here's the thing. So we got something for everyone now. Your nerds checked off with Star Wars night. By the way, is Wild Fang making an appearance on
Yes,
Saturday?
he is.
I want to be there Saturday so bad. I loved Wild Fang as a kid.
I don't think I was here for Wild.
You were there.
You caught the
had
end
to
of
have
Wild
been.
Fang.
I
Yeah,
did?
you were there.
Well, yeah, because every time
Silver Stadium.
Yeah, when you were walking around the stadium, kids kept coming up and trying to get their picture with you. I did not realize until just now.
What?
You look like a human version of Wild.
Was that a
Fang.
good thing?
No, it's a bat thing with one tooth sticking out of its head.
Yeah. Like a saber-toothed bat, but only one fang. Thus
Okay.
the name, Wild Fang.
Okay, so you got
He'll be there.
So Wild Fang will be there Saturday. You got the nerds taken care of with the Star Wars evening. That'll be a lot of fun. Everybody loves that. You got the kids and modern trendy folks taken care of with Pop Star Night on Friday. But maybe you're a baseball guy. Think, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is a baseball game, Tommy. It's a baseball stadium. Why am I not getting baseball stuff? And to
Like
that
what?
you would respond.
How about you get to meet Doc Gooden on Sunday?
That's huge.
Game time 105.
God damn.
Like Tommy got legitimately
He did.
excited.
Well, yeah,
Perked
man.
right
That guy
up.
was a star.
And like it
I mean,
is.
his history is amazing.
It is. Like his personal story is
I mean,
phenomenal.
the ups and downs, everything.
But like we were just talking about, like Doc Gooden, if you're over a certain age, is still a household name.
Yeah.
And people do not realize how short his peak was.
Yeah.
It was like a 3-4 year period.
He was a household name.
Yes, but he had a little renaissance with the Yankees afterwards. But like the fact that guy's name lived on to this day with just that little period where he was dominant tells you how effing dominant he was.
But is it also probably because it's such a good name? Like sometimes those good names just really stick.
Okay, Kimmy.
Well, you get it coming out of
You're right.
school.
Baseball is the home of
That's
good
what I'm
names.
saying.
No, I'm saying
Okay,
there's
you're
lots of
saying
good
there's so
names that
many.
people
Okay.
forget.
All
Who
right,
were we
fair.
talking about the other day? Dickie Lovelady.
Yeah.
By the way, he got sent back down to the minors.
Oh, no, ready.
So Dickie Lovelady might be showing up against Syracuse. Would be the Mets, right?
We're playing the Mets this weekend.
Is
the
Dick-
dreaded Syracuse Mets.
Will Dickie Lovelady's going to be in the building? Do you know Dickie Lovelady?
No.
Okay, so Dickie Lovelady, his name is Richard Lovelady, but for some reason he insists on being called Dickie Lovelady.
All right.
And he plays for the Mets.
He plays for the Mets. He was just because he was DFA'd. DFA'd, yes. So he may not be there, but it's possible.
All right.
If you want to meet Dickie Lovelady,
Instead of Doc Gooden.
he'll be hanging out in the bullpen. Doc Gooden and Doc and Dickie. Tell me you wouldn't watch that buddy cop comedy.
That's quite a tandem. And Spikes and Mitzi's birthday on Sunday, and kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi after the game. It's also, because yesterday was supposed to be our Duel of the Dishes.
Oh, yeah.
Where we play as the plates against the dreaded Syracuse Salt Potatoes. So Sunday, big rubber match to see who wins the Golden Fork.
And for those who don't know, the Golden Fork is an actual giant golden fork.
It's the
Well, it
largest
should
trophy
be.
in the history of professional sports.
How tall is the Golden Fork?
8 feet.
That's one big ass fork.
Yeah, giant.
8 foot tall fork.
Way bigger than it needs to be.
Can I ask you a question, Mace?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because like all this is awesome. You know you have other weekends you have to do stuff, right? This is like 12 promotions in 3 days.
Yeah. We're packing it in.
Seriously,
Let's go.
Are you canceling the season next week and not telling anybody?
No. Not at all.
Okay.
No. We always have a ton of stuff going on.
No, I know, but it seems like this
But
weekend.
Doc Good, that's a huge one, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand.
Are you telling Dan Mason?
Yes.
I think I understand.
Because he doesn't seem that excited.
I'm very excited about
Nah, he
that.
doesn't seem like it, man. Like, if I had Doc Good coming to my office, I'd be over there right now getting things ready.
Oh, it's all ready.
How would you get things
Cleaned up?
ready?
I don't know. He's
Looks
a
good.
superstar. I want him. If I meet Doc Good in your position, I want him to like me.
So what would you wear?
Oh, I'd be like this.
So he's done.
So you're ready to.
He's
you're
out.
ready
No,
to
this
meet him.
is so Doc Good. Man.
Yeah, no, Doc Gooden. You look like every guy in Pittsburgh.
And I love how you're like, you got to get your office ready. So what would you do?
I just make sure I'm on point. Like everything he likes is going to be there.
Okay, like his favorite foods.
Well, some of the things I can't have there,
Uh-huh.
but
So-
the regular stuff I could have.
You can go meet Doc Gooden on Sunday. You going to go?
I'm thinking about it.
No,
yeah.
you're not. You're not going to go. Like, I love you. Oh, this is awesome.
How much
I
is
can't-
parking?
I'll take care of you.
No, I don't want to be taken care of. Not Brother Weeze driving his Lincoln Town car all over your Walk of Fame. Legitimate thing that happened.
All right, so just to recap, tonight is Pop Star Night.
Pop Star Night with
Yeah.
fireworks featuring DJ Swifty.
Awesome.
All right. And then Saturday, we've got a doubleheader now. Game time 4:05. The first 1,000 fans, and gates open at 3, will get a Wild Fang T-shirt.
I want that T-shirt so bad.
Oh.
I want.
A lot of kids your age.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, this
That
was a
was-
big
he
part
was
of our
big.
big part of our childhood. Maybe that's why I ended up becoming friends with Tommy. It was a subconscious need for Wild Fang's approval.
We also have fireworks and Star Wars night on Saturday night.
All right.
Players will be wearing their Star Wars jerseys.
We have people asking questions.
Okay.
Rick asked us on Facebook, am I allowed to bring my lightsaber to Star Wars night?
Oh,
That's a no.
Yeah, no.
That's a goddamn no.
Yeah.
Grown man with a saber. You just leave that thing in a car.
What? Some people have a passion.
You can't have people swinging that thing around, putting somebody's eye out,
Look,
knocking jambalaya out of my hands.
well, good thing. Well, that's on Friday night, not Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, stupid. Why don't you listen to Dan Mason?
I did.
When he's describing what's happening at Innovative Field. Well, good thing he asked, because he would have showed up and he would have had to put his lightsaber back in the car.
And then Sunday, Doc Gooden signs autographs. So get there early. Gates open at noon. He'll be signing autographs on Sunday, and then also our Duel of the Dishes on Sunday, and Spikes and Mitzi's birthday.
Can I nerd out for 1 second?
Yeah.
Well, because
What?
like I eat when there's like a baseball legend in the
Yeah.
building, the energy is just different.
Well, sure, it has to be.
I was there on Father's Day, and Dusty Baker was there signing
Yeah.
autographs, right? And it's just like like even if you're not standing in line, like you walk down the concourse, like, oh my God, it's Dusty Baker.
Yeah, I mean,
He's right there. Oh my God, that's not good.
yeah.
Oh my God, look at him right there.
But this is bigger than Dusty Baker. Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
All right, look, I'm not going to
Please.
have this debate with you.
Dusty would agree with me.
Bro, Dusty Baker was the
Dusty.
first NL championship MVP. He had like a 20-year major league career and then became one of the best managers in
I
baseball
got
history.
it, but
Dusty will be a Hall of Famer.
oh yeah, I get that. But in the cool factor,
No, Dusty also cool.
Doc is bigger than Dusty in the cool factor.
Dusty is unbelievably cool. You just don't know Dusty Baker.
I know enough of him. He
No,
sounds like a
man.
NASCAR driver.
No, like you're such a bitch. Like just
He's
because
such a
like
bitch.
you didn't watch sports, but then like Doc Gooden became like a cultural phenomenon, so you
Yeah.
know his name.
What did he become?
A cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, that didn't happen to Dusty Baker. Nobody likes dust.
No, did too, because when Darren Baker, now Rochester Red Wing, was almost run over at home plate by JT Snow and was saved, that became a cultural phenomenon.
I remember reading about it in the New York Times the next day.
It was in the New York Times the next day.
Was it in the New
actually
York
was.
Times?
And Dusty Baker,
By the way, according to Trump, the Times is dead.
Dusty Baker, by the way, said in an interview recently, he has the picture. Do you remember this?
No.
So it was Game 6 of the World Series in 2001?
What did he do?
They were playing the Angels.
Was he a coach then?
No, he was the manager of the Giants.
Yeah.
His son at the time was 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. His son was the bat boy. Adorable.
At 3?
At 3 years old. He's got his jacket on.
That's
He's got
bad
his,
parenting.
He
But
had,
go ahead.
He had done this to 50 games before, no problems.
Yeah.
He just wanted to hang out with his dad,
Yeah,
really cute,
cute.
right? So somebody hits a shot into the gap, bounces off the wall. Now it's the World Series.
Yes.
Okay. Guys are circling home trying to go. JT Snow, who was a Giant at the time, crosses home plate while Darren Baker, now Rochester Red Wing, is running to get the bat at the dish.
How cute.
He sees this happening. There's more plays happening at the plate. He grabs Darren Baker by the scruff of his
Who does?
collar, JT Snow, the player,
All right.
as he's crossing home plate.
Wait, it slides with the kid?
No, he didn't slide. He scores standing up in the World Series while simultaneously
holding a child.
Yes, grabbing Darren Baker by the collar, picks him up with one arm into his things, doesn't yell at the kid. He pats him on the butt like, hey, buddy, don't do that anymore. Darren Baker, the consummate professional he is, after almost getting crushed at home plate, gets the bat, brings it back home.
Okay.
Dusty Baker said he has a photo of everybody that was involved in the play, the umpire, the catcher, JT Snow,
Child services.
autographed it, hanging in his home.
Very cute story.
If
I
you
never heard that story.
If you've never seen this video, go to YouTube right now. It's one of the funniest, scariest, awesomest baseball moments of all time.
And the fact you have to tell me about it tells me that Doc's a bigger name.
Okay, or you just don't pay attention to crap.
I pay attention to Doc Good, and I always listen to my doctors.
Can I one more quick side before I let you go? Does Darren Baker does he get frustrated when people bring that up? Because that's got to happen all the time.
No, he doesn't. He's cool about it.
They reenact it every year.
I bet JT Snow's back's killing him. All right, fine. Mace.
All right, guys.
Awesome. Always a pleasure, buddy.
Great to see you. And,
You too, man.
Let me know
I
if
should
you're
bring in
coming
the
up.
excitement. Yeah, a lot of things going on.
I
Doc
told
Gooden's
you about
there.
Doc Gooden today.
Doc Good. Yes, yeah.
Let's
I'm
go.
more excited.
He's
Now
being
go
a-
clean your office.
He's being a dick today. I don't know why. He's just been in a
Yeah,
mood.
it's weird. I'm being mean today. Something new I'm
Something
trying
different.
out.
All right, let's take a break. There are some things that will make you emotional. Things that you connect with.
Yeah.
That you think you're going to have
I
forever.
get worked up.
Like
if Dusty Baker walked into this room.
Well, I mean, Dusty Baker means a lot to a lot of people.
Right, he does.
Okay. You would get emotional if Doc Gooden walked in the room?
Hell yeah,
Oh,
man.
Doc, I love you. You look so good in tight pants at 86. Let me see your tight pants. You have connections with things.
Yeah.
Not people, things.
Mhm.
And when those things get taken away, it can cause sadness.
Yeah.
And I did not realize until just now
What happened?
that I have this connection with this thing that I am giving up tomorrow.
Oh.
Because I thought this would be around for a while, but your peer pressure
I'm forcing you to do this?
caused me to make a decision that, although I'm excited about, I am also kind of regretting.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Sunrise, sunset, swiftly go the years. And we lose things along the way.
Sure.
Jobs, friends,
Yeah.
family, things we spend a lot of time with.
Things drop off.
And when you spend a ton of time with something, parting with that thing can be hard.
Yeah.
Even though this culture is not what it used to be, letting one of these go can be more difficult than you imagine.
Oh, wow.
And I feel like I'm having this conversation with the worst person possible.
Kimmy?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF just after 9:30-ish. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's creepy time, baby.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. You find runners silly.
Joggers?
Yeah. You think people who run marathons are even crazier.
Mm.
I'm going to introduce you to he's either the hardest working or dumbest man in the history of the planet.
It's just one of these guys that's going the distance.
He's going for speed.
Speed?
He's all alone,
Yeah.
all alone in a time of need.
Oh, wow.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. I know you didn't get that, but
I don't know what you're talking about.
Two guys laughed. Anywho.
Well, that tops it.
It's time for a new car.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Bro, you've been driving that thing, God, since you started on a show game.
10 years ago, yeah. Well, it's a little, okay. Look, I love my Honda Pilot.
But it was making noises.
It was not making noises. I just needed a brake. It was a little brake thing.
Just
I
a
had to
few
go get
things.
fixed. Okay.
Just a few major things.
Look,
I mean, you drove that thing everywhere.
I did. I've had that car for 10 years. You always bust my balls about it.
And you got the money now. You're still driving like you're some busted-ass comedian.
The car is great. My Honda Pilot is wonderful.
I get it, but, they're also in business of selling cars.
Yeah, I understood. So
come down to Hyde, buy one car, and we'll never see you again. Thank you.
Well, look, they're making money on the service, and that's the goal of buying a car is to keep it for as long as you can,
Well,
except for
sure.
you because you're trying to flash everywhere. Look. Now that it's been a decade,
so
I took it in for some routine service this week, and before I did, my wife had brought up the idea of maybe looking
Step
into
it
a new car.
up, man.
And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I love my car. And then while I was at IDE, while they were doing service, I started looking at the new Pilots, and they are
Yeah, some of the new ones have radios.
they're super nice.
That seat moved by itself.
They are super nice. So
Yeah.
I talked to the service guys. But they're like, how much do you use the car? And I told them how much I'm traveling. And they're like, yeah, we could take care of this, no problem. But, we have this over here. My daughter's hockey, all that stuff. In the end, I made the decision.
Look at this.
I am getting a new Honda Pilot. And it's exciting. And I pick it up tomorrow morning. By the way, shout out to Brad over at IDE for getting that car all taken care of, right? By the way, easiest transaction of my life if you ever go to the IDE family dealerships. But as excited as I am for this new Pilot tomorrow morning, I got to be honest.
What's that?
I'm really sad.
About what?
I've
Let
had
it
I've had that Pilot for most of my daughter's lives.
Yeah.
They grew up in that car.
A lot of memories.
We've taken an unbelievable amount of
yeah.
family trips. We've gone all over the East Coast for hockey tournaments, the Midwest. Like outside of sleeping, with driving my kids around,
Yeah.
I bet I've spent more time in that Honda Pilot than I have in the actual home I am living in right now. And as fun as it's going to be to have a new car, I think I'm going to miss it. Like, I'm emotionally attached to that car.
I think there's a way of working around it.
What's that?
What I'm thinking is, get that new ride. It's going to be sweet. You're going to love it.
Yeah.
I mean, the technology, come on. The damn things damn near drive themselves. Hold on to the other ride.
Well, no. What am I going to hold on to
The
other?
memories. And you can pass those memories on to your daughter. She could get her, fix the car.
Okay.
And then your daughter, when she turns 16, could have her own car. And that would also alleviate you having to, jockey all over Helen.
We've talked about this.
She's getting real close, too.
Well, I got 2 full years, well, a year and a half.
No, but get it tuned up, get it looking sharp.
Yeah.
And then, you put a battery tender on it. When she turns, she can even learn, take her practices in that car.
We've talked about this. I'm not giving my daughters a car. It's not going to happen.
You have to.
No, I don't, actually. Watch me not do it.
Why don't you let your daughters have a car?
I'm not going to hand a kid.
Yeah.
Everybody does it.
Nobody does it.
Pittsburgh, every kid got a car.
Yeah.
Makes your life easier, though.
It does.
With all the activities she participates in.
No, it's the principle of the thing. I'm not giving my daughter a car. It is the
Well,
principle.
she'll catch a ride with her friend who got a car then.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes you any more comfortable.
Or a boy.
No, I'm trading my old Pilot in with this Pilot. That's how this works. It's how buying a car works, man.
Okay.
You think I got no trade-in money,
You
man?
got it, man. You got Dr. Cash flowing
It's this
around.
man who pays nothing for mortgage going to tell me what I got,
There is part of me, though, to your point about being attached to that car. I do think that people do keep those vehicles. Like they paint it as, oh, I'm going to save this for my child, when they're ready, or I'm going to pass it on to them now.
That
But I
Daddy
think that
Chinso.
part of it is being attached to that car. Like you don't want to get something new.
Man.
Because there've just been so many memories with this
Just
one.
to sit in a brand new, nice car.
Yeah.
And I had to smell an old-ass car.
You've never felt an attachment to a vehicle?
No.
Ever?
Even that Geo Metro, I lived in that thing. Man, when I finally got a decent, comfortable ride, the only way I can describe it, it was the difference between wrestling and dancing. Like, it was comfortable, it was smooth, it was safe, I had insurance again.
Okay, again, you're describing two completely different things, and you still should be attached to that Geo Metro. It took you all over the country.
It did, and it served a purpose. But I don't like. If I was you, I would be traded in every couple of years.
No, I know I love that Pilot.
Because I also hate car problems.
Okay, but I never really had problems with that.
No, but but once you get to that point,
Yeah.
I mean, every car, you're only going to get so much life.
No,
out of it.
understood. Yeah.
And you pushed.
Yeah, I got it. Yes, but that's why I think I'm so emotionally attached to this car because, I did not realize how much this car meant to me until I was like,
Time to give it up.
Yeah,
Cleaning it out.
Let's do the new thing. Well, I haven't cleaned it out yet. It's still at the dealership. I gotta
That's
go.
when it's going to get to
It's
you.
gonna hit me hard on Saturday when I gotta go get some of the
All
stuff.
right, I got to test
Okay.
how attached you are to this car.
What?
What's the car's name?
I don't name cars because I'm.
Then you ain't that attached. Anybody that's attached to the
No, some
car,
people name their cars
War
right when they
Wagon,
get 'em.
War
Old
Wagon.
Betsy.
Shut up.
Everybody's got that name,
Shut up.
especially when you plopped your ass in there and grown roots for 8 years. You never named that car.
You don't have to give your car a name to care.
Then you
for the
ain't
car.
attached. You're not, man.
252.
You're just cheap.
252 WCMF 252
I've been driving Buicks for 45 years, and a quality car for me.
No, but that's just.
I love a good Skylark. Boy,
This-
she's a sturdy gal, quite sassy out on the freeway.
Oh, for God's sakes! How do you not have a soul?
I do have a soul.
No.
I'm not gonna have a soul for something that ain't got no soul.
No, but here's the thing, man.
Soul to soul, baby.
No, that's why you and the car should bond because you have no souls together. You don't attach yourself to anything, to jobs, to humans, to inanimate objects. It blows my mind
You blew my mind.
how you are able to just cut loose everything and go. Co-hosts, several who moved on to bigger, better things, much bigger, much better.
Is that because
Well,
things
who's
move
coming?
on from him before he gets a chance to move on from
I'm
them?
afraid to get hurt.
Oh, you gonna chime in?
So I'm
now?
going to push them away first.
I do
man.
find it weird you don't have one thing. Like one
Oh,
thing
yeah.
that you felt like you had to keep even though you had no use for it.
Even shoes and clothes, which he holds very dear to himself.
Yeah.
Once they're out of fashion, just throw them away. Done.
Yeah.
Finish with them.
Yeah, I like to rotate all my clothes.
Is rotate like rotate? Are you rotating?
I like to rotate out of this goddamn conversation.
Please rotate. Rotate your ass home, why don't you? 252 WCMF.
Rotate your mouth.
I'm picking up my new Honda Pilot tomorrow. I'm very excited about this new Honda Pilot. Took my car in for service earlier this week, and they were asking me, how much travel are you going to do? And they're like, it's 10 years old. We can take care of it. And my wife was like, maybe it's a good idea to get a new one. So I pulled the trigger, and I was like, yeah. And then as the days went on, as much as I'm still excited about this new car, I didn't realize how emotionally attached I was to this Pilot.
Yeah.
I think the kids have a lot to do with it.
Oh, I understand.
Oh,
that.
do you understand having never had kids, you stupid ass bitch?
But aren't you tired of the smell of that thing,
It smells like.
bro? You used to smoke.
Oh my God.
You've been full of gas since I met you, fat or thin. You rip ass.
I had to
So
drive
that thing
it
is
once.
full of your ass.
So I had to drive this once when
Yeah,
Pat
yeah, I
left,
followed you home.
and you followed me. It looks exactly like his desk. There is a
Sticky mess?
layer of
It's a film.
a film. He has made that car his.
Yes!
To the point where his spit. I don't even know what it is.
His
Your
DNA.
flakes are all over it.
For God's sakes! That's everyone's car.
I'm driving it with
My car ain't
with
sticky.
2 fingers because I didn't want to touch this steering wheel.
It's a rolling has-been.
You can jump in on this too, huh? Were you just taking shots
No,
at
I'm
everybody?
just saying, I get it. You really put your all into that car.
Circular
I will
flares.
say this: if they can sell that car, that's a salesman right there that can move
I
that
got to
car.
scrub that thing.
By the way, what a great salesman Tommy is. If they can sell that car, that dude,
That's
salesman
pretty
right over
good.
there.
That's pretty good.
Why don't you rotate on down to Tommy at the Iron Family Dealerships? 252 WCMF. I did not realize how emotionally attached I was to
Yeah.
this car that I'm getting rid of tomorrow. Tommy does not understand it in any
No.
way. Which is funny, too, because you claim to be this old school man. This was a thing for every guy back in the day when car culture actually mattered.
How
But
about
that
just
was
your
different
first
now.
car? You never felt an attachment to your first car, the car you learned to drive in and you probably used until it didn't go anymore? I think everybody has a little bit of attachment.
I mean,
to
a
that
little
car.
bit, but I don't miss it. You know what I mean?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to a very emotional man himself.
Who's that?
Jeremy's on CMF. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Tommy says you've been full of gas since I met you. Every guy would wear that shirt, man. Put it in the rock shop.
Good call, Jeremy. Good call.
And as far as his co-host doing bigger and better things, have you heard the Bill cast? Oh yeah, sign me up. Come on. Listen, I don't get emotionally attached to really anything.
Really?
But God damn it, it's cars for whatever reason. I don't know why. I'm sad to see him go. I'm driving a 2014 Chevy. I'll drive that till the wheels fall off. You know, gas and sticky dashboard and whatever Tommy thinks is in it until it goes. Because let's be real. I honestly thought that you were still living in the old days, that if the dealership sponsored cars for you guys. And apparently that isn't the case.
Oh, no.
Right?
No. I buy this car. This is my
That
car.
walked out 2 co-hosts ago. Thank you, Frankenstein.
Yeah, because I don't want to sound like an old man now, but Jesus, who can afford a car now? I mean,
And the taxes.
The taxes. Don't even get me started about the water department.
And the gasoline.
oh, and the gas and the inspect. Jesus, I am sounding like a miserable old man.
All right, but let me go
Well,
back to
good luck with
something.
you.
I'm sorry. Let me go back to something
Yeah,
you said
go
a
ahead.
second ago, because you said you got that, the Chevy truck you're having to drive it till the wheels fall off. I think that's why this is hitting me so bad, because
What's that?
I think, Jeremy, have a vision in my head of like a proper Viking funeral where one day I would be driving.
Just bury it.
And the pilot was just going to shut down.
Yeah.
And I was going to stand off to the side of the road, nod, and be like, it's time. And I feel like I'm not giving my pilot
You didn't take her to the end.
Yes, exactly. Right? Like she has to rotate out before there are new troops coming in.
See, it's catching
Yeah,
on.
everyone
road
wants
trade.
to road trade. I don't know. Because the worst thing is that you don't want your whole family in the car when it decides that that's the day where, it's going to jump off a building and doesn't want to be alive anymore, right?
Yeah, you're right.
This is the time to do it. This is the actual time to do it. So
you can't
I
use that-
understand your.
Sorry.
What were you going to say?
I said, you can't use that car on a date night with your wife.
I do all the time.
No, you don't, because she's got a nice ride.
No, she does, but we'll take my car half the time.
I know how your wife dresses. High end.
Yeah.
She'd slide high end to Assmobile.
Shut up, you bitch.
She'd need a tetanus
You know
shot.
what the problem with that little Italian sitting across from you is that other
Jimmy's
than
only
a
half
couple
Italian.
years out of other than a couple of years out of your whole entitled life where you were a failed comic, everything was handed to you.
Amen, brother.
You need a car? Yeah, here you go. I want a boat? Sure. Let's drive it in the ocean.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
Somebody's got to take it.
You have no reference points. I don't understand how you basically were broke for a few years of your life, and you're like, nah, I don't really count that. I don't remember those times. You're an idiot.
People with
You're
souls.
a balding, crappy idiot.
I'm sorry I talked over that because we could have used that as a promo. Jeremy, great to
All right,
talk to you,
take
buddy.
those.
Thanks,
Yeah.
bud. There goes Jeremy. And Jeremy is the angriest person we know, and even he understands.
Well, here's the thing. He drives an old car because he can't afford a new car.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, by choice.
Okay.
But I guess if he fell into some money, he'd have a nice ride.
There
Correct?
are plenty of people
Yeah.
that have rides or that can
They
afford
run
a
them
new
into the
car,
ground.
and they're going to run it into the ground because that's
But they make it like a point of pride.
it is a point of pride. I don't need what I don't need.
That's right. This country is built on the foundation of pissing money away.
And we're nailing it,
Not
man. Look around.
holding it on.
Look around. We're nailing
If
it.
everybody was you, the car industry would collapse.
Not like right now.
No, they're doing all right.
Yeah.
Globally, they're doing good.
Hopefully they're doing pretty good,
yeah,
guys.
they're doing all right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. I'm picking up my new Honda Pilot tomorrow. I took my car in for service. I love my Pilot. I've had it for 10 years. And they're going over it, and they're like, we could do this.
They
we
had
could
to
do
be
that.
laughing their asses off.
No, bro, what are you talking about? Shut up. I'm getting mad. You're disrespecting my Pilot. But my wife suggested maybe it's time with all the traveling, with my daughter now playing like hardcore travel hockey.
Yeah, you're stretching it, man.
Yeah, but I'm not stretching nothing. Bro, that car
You're like NASA in the 80s. You're going to take it too far, man. Keep running them shuttles up there.
Hey, Big
You
Bird,
ain't checking them O-rings.
Big Bird, you want to ride home? No, like that car just recently took me to Pittsburgh and back. It took me to Buffalo and back
Yeah.
every Sunday for Bills games. Like I've literally, in the last 8 months, driven all over the Northeast with it. The car's solid. It's a good car.
How many miles?
Over 200,000.
Damn.
Is that a lot?
Yes.
Feels like it. Well,
Most-
I guess
Like,
okay, so what
if
is
you
that average a
drove-
year?
I wonder how many times it's around the Earth. What's the Earth? Like, if you drove around the Earth, it's like 30,000 miles?
Like 7 times.
seven
Like
times.
7 times around the world. I don't know.
Like, if I stood in the equator, just listen to you go around.
So you average about 20,000 miles a year.
Is that a lot?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Could you Google what the average American
'Cause I think if you lease,
No, it's got to be
like
more than 20,000 a year.
No,
Well, if
10
you
years,
said
200,000,
10, yeah.
20,000 a year. She's right.
Carry the one. Yes.
She used a calculator, you idiot. And you're like, no, wait a minute. My brain is conscious. I don't think 20,000 miles a year is all that much.
Well, I guess it's you just owned it for so long. Most people
Okay.
don't hold on to a car for 8
The
years.
average American driver puts around 13 to 14,000 miles on
Okay.
their car each year.
So it's you and Jeremy, like, holding on to your cars.
Okay. And by the way, average, that counts guys like you who just drive up to Wegmans for a mile and back.
Well, they say your car should never celebrate a birthday.
That's Kimmy, can you Google what the average American, how many miles they drive per year? Thank you.
In America.
Yeah, in America.
In America.
Yeah, thank you.
On American roads that are on foreign soil.
What?
Foreign soil.
Foreign soil.
Canadian roads don't count.
No, they do.
We
Oh, wait, no, I was going to ask
gonna
something else.
say,
I'm
we
sorry.
just did that.
It doesn't matter. Never mind. I'm losing my effing
Meant
mind
for
here.
Your car's old. Get rid of it.
And it works perfectly fine. And here's the thing. I am taking solace in the fact that somebody is going to get that car, buy it used, and they're going to get a fantastic, great used car.
Oh, my God. They're going to get a great deal.
What do you mean they're going to get a great deal?
Because the sticker's going to be low on it.
Well, yeah, because it's...
Because you took the entire hit of that car.
What?
No, you're going to get a great price on that car.
I now remember what I was asking, Kimmy. Can you Google how long the average American keeps their car for? Thank you.
I'm going to say 5 years.
Okay, I bet you it's
And that's stretching it.
I don't think my family, when I was growing
Well, your
up...
family don't count, man. We're not going to the poverty pot.
Like, let me put it this way.
What?
My dad had a 96 Dodge conversion van, maroon with the curtains.
He converted it into junk.
Yeah, I mean, he did eventually. I bought that car from him in 2004.
Yeah.
And I drove it until like 2007.
Okay.
So, and he never took care of it.
Yeah, of course.
But that car was 11 years old.
All right.
What did you think it was?
5.
What did you think it was?
I'm going to say 7.
12.6
12 years?
12
Yeah.
years?
The average
12
American
years?
keeps a car for
How?
12.6 years.
How am I seeing all these new cars?
Idiots like you?
Says
Yeah,
people are
yeah.
actually keeping their cars longer, holding onto their cars longer.
It makes sense. And by the way, they are, I mean, they're probably, I'm going to have
What?
every old guy in the world. I mean, they may be going longer because they're being built better.
Oh, it could be.
Right?
Could
Compared to like the 70s and 80s when we had some issues.
be. Yeah.
Don't hit my bumper, I'll explode.
Give me a good K car.
All right, let's take a break. Everyone on hold, we got to move on. Thank you. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, creepy time.
Creep Cap coming at you. Also, if you're not going to drive, you can bike. If you're not going to bike, you can run.
Mm-hmm.
And like you think the miles I put on my car is insane?
Yeah.
We'll get to this next here in the break room on CMF. There are folks who jog to stay in shape.
Yeah.
There are folks who run 5Ks.
Oh, yeah.
Half marathons, 13 miles and change. Marathons, 26 miles and change.
Your Iron Man.
And then there are these guys.
Yep.
And we are going to tell you about a man who is either the hardest working human being that's ever existed or the dumbest man on the planet.
So where's he going?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in a second, but it is Friday.
Mm-hmm.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
I saw the guy's nutsack. I saw his nutsack before I saw his daughter's vagina.
I would not say any of those things out loud.
We were kids, and it was South Florida.
How deep is Ben's hole?
Ben's hole.
How
Ben's
deep
hole.
is Ben's hole? Really pretty deep.
Swallow some death pube.
Let's talk. One of my favorite metal bands. Oh, death pube, thank you.
Damn, backdoor Santa. Comes around late at night.
Hello. How does
Oh, backdoor Santa.
It's Friday, you know what that means?
Backdoor Santa time,
No,
baby.
it's not. It's
Comes
dude.
around late at night. And all the kiddies asleep.
So do you eat any messy foods with your hands?
There's one thing I
Don't
do,
attack because you're the
there's
one. Don't.
I love it. It's sloppy, but it's delicious.
What's that?
A chili. I like chili. I like a good bowl of chili.
You eat chili with your hands?
Well, scooping it up, you know? Gets all over me.
Stop talking, Kimmy. Stop.
Or PetSmart. Sloppy. And like my first wife, she, fully haired down it.
Fully haired.
My first girlfriend, same thing. Completely, muffed out.
I've never had that experience in my life.
You're so lucky. I'm telling you, it's like licking piano wire.
She's 65.
Yeah, she's my age.
Yeah.
And she's tight.
Okay. Please stop. By the
Why?
way, this is
Why can't I be horny for a woman of my age who was a superstar?
Why would you want to cut my penis? So many questions.
Just for laughs.
Okay.
Just to see what happens.
I would have half a penis, I think.
No, I would chop the whole thing off. I'd take it right down to the wick.
What the hell is going
Real
on?
nightmares.
Now go to bed.
We come back. We wrap it
Picture
up.
me like Chucky at the end of your bed.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So people who run marathons are insane.
Yeah.
Right? It's brutal to put your body through 26.2 miles of running in
It's
one
not healthy.
So there are things that go past that.
Okay.
Are you familiar with ultra marathons?
How far are you going?
So anywhere between 50 to 100 miles.
In one set.
In one shot. That is what is referred to as an ultra marathon.
Gotcha.
So that'd be
what
like
are the
running-
ones then where you stop every, it's like a multiple day thing?
Okay, so
Is that not an ultra marathon?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
You were going to ask.
So that'd be like running from Buffalo to Syracuse.
Probably.
Roughly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give or take a couple on 100, yeah. But, Kimmy, you brought up the ones where you stop.
Yeah, because I know there are ones that span like a week or something like that.
So that's what we're going to talk about here. There is what's called last man standing ultra marathon.
So you just go to everybody drops?
Yeah, essentially, yes. So it's for the 1% of the 1% of the running community. And one of the hardest last man standing ultra marathons is called the Dead Cow Gully Ultra Marathon.
Okay.
A man named Phil Gore set a new world record. Over 5 days, he ran 495.87 miles.
God damn.
To make himself the last man standing in this ultra marathon. Now, the way this works is you have 45 minutes, it looks like, to run 4 miles, 4.16 miles.
Okay.
Then you get 15 minutes to rest. If you can't run the 4 miles in the 45 minutes,
You get cut.
you're out.
Oh, so you got to sustain it.
You got it. So you have to continue to run 4.16 miles every 45 minutes
How
with a
fast
15-minute
is that
break.
like going?
So let's see.
You're
40
hauling ass.
Yeah, so
So what?
4 miles in an hour would be a 12-minute mile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 60 minutes divided by 4. Yeah.
So you're looking at probably
15.
a 9-minute mile then in 45 minutes, 4.16
But you got to
miles.
do that consistently for.
He did it for 5 straight days.
That's insane.
He did it for 5 straight days. And, I mean, I can't figure out if I am impressed or this guy's the dumbest man in the history of the world.
Well, I mean, it is impressive that you can put your
Yeah.
body through that, but I think he's going to pay a price.
Well,
Because like you said, I mean, the people participating in something like this are the cream of the crop distance runners, right?
By the way, this guy's from Australia. He's an Australian distance
Yeah.
runner. To tell you how in shape this guy is, his last loop By the way, he had been running for 5 days.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
He had run over 490 miles. He finished the last loop in under 34 minutes. He had
Damn.
45 minutes to do it, and he went 4.16 miles after running for 5 days straight in under 34
So
minutes.
you say straight. What kind of breaks is he getting?
No, we know he gets the 15-minute break. I
Right.
don't know if they stop to sleep. They must, right?
They would have to.
They
You can't
must.
Yeah,
do
you
that
can't
for
run for
5
5 days
days.
unless you're on coke.
I don't know, man. I mean,
And then the cops are following.
Maybe you get a few hours of sleep, you pick back up and keep going.
it says 5 days straight, but even if you're sleeping, your body is just got to be
I would almost
wrecked.
think
You're
that
gonna be
hurts
aching.
more. Yeah.
If I run 3 miles, I can't run for 4 days.
That's insane.
Yeah.
So, by the way, 263 runners started this. So
And he finished it.
He finished it in
alone.
5 days, but it took 5 days to get rid of 262 of them.
But I bet you a lot of them drop out quick because they can't keep that pace up.
I don't know,
It
though,
would
man.
s-
Like, go ahead.
I was going to say, it would suck to be the guy in second place and running that far, going that far in this, and just coming up short.
Yeah.
That distance running just looks so brutal.
So another guy named Sam Harvey, you're right. The guy who came in second place
Yeah.
also set a world record.
Yeah.
And he came in second
Ooh.
place.
Ooh.
So,
Oh, man.
so he didn't actually set a world record.
No,
the
they-
guy ahead of
yeah,
him set a
they
world
both
record.
broke
He
it, I
would
guess.
have set a world
Yeah.
record had he come in first place. Oh, that's got to suck, man.
Yes.
Like,
And you
I'm-
make no money doing it. You don't make
I don't know.
squat doing it.
I don't know, man. Like, maybe there is, like, endorsements in the ultra
How
running
much,
world.
though? I mean, I maybe it's big for that, but in the grand scheme of sports endorsements, it's got to be squat.
But here's the thing. Like, you talk about LeBron James selling sneakers, Jordan, whatever,
Yeah.
Josh Allen selling whatever he does.
Mhm.
Not a lot of people play football, play basketball.
true. Yeah,
there
that's
are tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of runners
Yeah.
across the world. So, like, those people are actually buying the product. Maybe this guy's name means something in
All
this
right.
world. I don't know.
I can think of one runner in my entire life.
Who?
His name, Jim Fix. He wrote the complete book of running, and then he dropped dead. True story. That's the only reason I remember the guy.
While running, by the way. Didn't he hit his head?
He died.
No, the joke is he died running. I thought he slipped and hit his head while he was running.
I know, but still, man, you wrote a book about running, and it killed you right after your book came out.
So he didn't even get to see if he got the movie of the week on.
Yes.
I'm trying. How far do you think you could run?
Now?
Yeah, let's say you had to run 2 miles every 45 minutes, and you got a 15-minute break.
At my age.
There's $10,000 waiting for you.
I got a bad back.
If you can do it in 10 hours, would you try it?
How far I got to go?
2 miles every 45 minutes. You got to run it, though. You can't walk it. And you get a 15-minute break. You have to do it 10 times
Yeah,
for
but you
10
might
grand.
be able to walk 2 miles in 45 minutes.
Okay, let's go 3 more. Tommy?
Get my steps in. I
Okay,
don't.
no, you're
It
right.
would
That's
be
a
a pretty
22-minute
slow
mile.
jog.
No, my back would give out.
So
I know my back and the sciatic nerve would be shot.
My sciatica.
I got a bad sciatic. I got to take the pill. I got to take the back pill.
Okay, you're out. But
And by
Kimmy,
the way, I got to take pills every 45 minutes.
so just take them while you're running. Like they'll put them in the cup like you're running in the New York Marathon. Ah, you're used to going, ah. Kimmy,
Yeah.
all right, let's say you had to run 3 miles every 45 minutes, 15-minute break, 10 hours. But there's 10 grand if you can do it. Would you
Yeah.
try it?
I would try it. I think I'd max out after 6. Because that 15-minute break would really throw me off. Because you'd come down from it, and it would be so hard to start again after doing that twice.
I'm doing it over and over.
But
Yeah.
you don't think that $10,000 would keep your body?
No,
Like,
again,
I
I
gotta
would,
do
I
it.
would
your
try,
salary.
but I think like after 2 sets of that, knowing like I don't even know how much longer you'd have to go
You'd
after
have
that.
8 more hours.
Yeah, I
8
don't know.
hours
I
of
think
running,
seeing
man.
that so far in the distance, it'd be hard to motivate yourself.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing next week here in the break room on CMF. Skip your Rubberoo.
Radio Friday Rubberoo.
Friday Break Room CMF. Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene.
Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my music away, girl.
Again, as we always say, she's not. She's bringing more music.
Bless her heart.
10 songs at 10, right in a row. And whatever song you're thinking of, that's what she's playing.
Cool.
Yeah, right. Just picked just for you. All right. We are super late. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy.
Yep.
Who are you going to see Wild Wing on Saturday?
Oh, maybe. Why
She
not?
sounds excited. I mean, this weekend was made for you, minus the Doc Gooden thing, between Pop Star Night. You know, you are the Break Room's resident pop star.
Am I? Thank you.
Well, you go to the shows.
You went and saw Beyonce.
I did.
Queen
I did.
Bee.
You're right.
For Tommy Muley, who was called the Queen Bey of the Break Room. My name's Ben Duffy. We'll see you next week here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF.